This is over number 7 from the city end. For us, a crumb. Running in to Timis and Maruma, who just pushed that out for another dot ball. 6 overs and 1 ball gone. Currently the score is on 16 for 1. It's been a slow start, but that's to be expected. Because of the conditions, it's a bit overcast. Although we can see a bit of sun now, but it's been overcast. The match has been reduced. Timson Maruma coming down the wicket, trying to change the length of the bowler, because I was just speaking about the conditions. It's not been easy to score runs up to now. It's been overcast. The pitch has been under covers for a long time. There's a bit of moisture. It's not really done a lot of the surface, but it's still not very easy to bat. I'm joined by Slim. Slim, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, Vumi. How are you?
I'm good. Still watching the game here. Hoping to see a bit more aggression from the batters. As that one is down leg side, it's tucked away. Will it get back for 2? No, the fielding down there from square leg. And let's just cut down to 1. So he's trying to get the ball to swing, and he's just started it off the wrong line. That's about middle leg stump, and it's easier for the batters. But we've seen, as he's pitched it on off stump and just outside off stump, they've struggled to make anything happen from there. As far as the Akram returns to that line in length, just outside off stump, and Tiga on strike, just lets that one ride it and lets it go through to the keeper. So yeah, I've been saying it's difficult to score runs. It hasn't been easy. The bowlers have been on top, except for the last over where 2 boundaries were hit. But and that one's down leg side. If my memory serves me correct, that's the first wide of the innings so far. So maybe he's searching too much for the ball to swing from what they call a magic delivery. Maybe he should just stick to patience. Outside of stump, keep your line in length, and the wicket will come.
Yeah, well, I think for us, it's just trying to carry on from where he left off on Saturday. Bowled very well, hitting tough.
That one's driven, but straight to cover and get that one through.
Yeah, and he's actually got the rods again. He struck early again in the morning, getting Kevin Kasuza trapped LBW. Yeah, well, on the southern side, it's been a quiet start for them. I think they're still trying to assess the condition of the pitch, which looks like it's on the slush side as well.
Cut shot and good fielding. Backward point. Ansli's over, diving across, goalkeeper style. End of the over, 18 for 1. Talent Zikiti left arm will continue from the airport end. Into Timson Maruma. Yorker length outside off stump, and that's just played down by Timson Maruma into the covers. No run there. Slim, you spoke about that the wicket does look slow. It's to be expected. There's not been enough sun to try the wicket and make it hard, so you will get some tennis ball bounce. You play a lot of your club cricket here as an opening batter, and Do you agree with the approach that we have seen so far from the Southerns? Zikiti outside off stump again, and Simpson Maruma just lets that one through to the keeper, safely watching the ball go past him.
Yeah, 41 overs you're playing. Just have a look-see and just trying to see which are the best shots to play on this wicket. Not trying to over-attack, and I think the way Tafadzo Tsiga has started as well.
Slides pulled away. It's lots of work, and it's too much work for the fielder to do this. So I'm not sure Tsiga is getting a little tired. We've seen suddenly a flurry of boundaries off his bowling in the recent past. After a brilliant start, he is now considered 3 boundaries in his last 5 balls. So maybe he's starting to tire a bit.
Yeah, that's a bit of a short of a length from Zikiti. Trying to cramp Timson, but who's a very good pull off the ball and just beats Faraz Akram at deep fine leg.
And Maruma has driven that one straight back past the bowler. Slight misfield from the bowler, but good recovery there from the mid-off fielder. So that's 1 run to Timson Maruma. The Southerns rather are starting to get on with it, and 41 overs that they are playing. So yes, probably now is time to step on the accelerator.
Yeah, 100%. And the 2 batters that are there in the middle, they love bat on ball. They love attacking the ball, and both are very good horizontal players. They can hit the ball square. They're very good at hitting the ball square in a way. But coming back to the Northerns, a bit straying again from Zikiti from the first game. He's trying to get the ball up as much as possible, trying to get the guys driving, and I think that'll be a good plan on this slowish wicket. We're looking for one to stick and go to those cover fielders.
Tsiga lets that one go through. End of the over, the score is 23 for 1. Faraz Akram has just gone past the outside edge again. Timson Maruma practicing the cut shot, but Slim, I think that was way too close for him to be playing that shot.
Yeah, it was too close. I think Timson is just trying to get Faraz off that line that he's been bowling so well since Saturday. Today he started off like that, the same way as well.
Well bowled by Faraz, well played by Timson Maruma. Sometimes as a batter you just have to appreciate that he's bowled well and presented that and move on to the next ball.
Yes, 100%. Looks like Timson is still trying to get the pace of the wicket, trying to also walking down to Faraz as well, trying to negate whatever swing he has coming into the right-hander.
Another dot ball outside of stump, and that's lifting. Faraz Akram currently on 4.3 overs, and he has 1 wicket for 9 runs. and is going at 2.08 to the over. And he did have Tiga dropped by the wicket keeper, so he's been bowling very well, and Northerns have found a way of scoring off him because they can't. And just having said that, he has missed his length, and Timson Maruma has climbed all over that. Couple of bounces to the mid-wicket boundary. 4 very welcome runs for the Northerns.
Beautiful shot there by Timson Maruma. As we were saying, he's walking down the wicket, charging at the bowler, and Faraz drops it short, and Timson is equal to the task, pulling him over mid-wicket for 4.
Commentators cursed just after I've been talking him up. Well, it didn't last too long. He's right back on the money. Good line and length outside off stump, and all Timson Maruma can do with that is force it off the back foot straight to extra cover. No run there. So maybe that was just a glitch. It wasn't a commentator's curse, Slim.
Well, yeah, well, sometimes the bowler will always try new things, but yeah.
Big shot! And that's just gone over mid-on for 4 runs. He would have had his heart in his mouth for a couple of seconds, as he was not sure if the ball was going to clear the fielder, but had enough bat on it. Timson Maruma is getting going. Kaya now in 5th gear. End of the over. $33 for 1. Cut shot for 4 runs. Tiga. Beautiful shot through the point region for 4 runs.
A beautiful shot there by Tafata Tiga. Talented kitty, giving a bit of length outside off and a bit of width, and Tiga's up to the task, cutting it through the cover region for 4. For me, that also shows the slowness of the wicket, cutting it in front of square for 4, and Tiga just on top of that.
Good reply from the bowler. This is just Yoko length is put back to mid wicket. No runs. The runs are starting to come, but as we realize that it is slow up the wicket, so the batter has to wait for the ball. From the opponent is just driven through mid off, no runs. It does take a lot of patience for the batters, because most of them would be played at Harare Sports Club and in conditions different where the ball comes on. So having to be patient now and wait slightly longer. I know it's difficult to comprehend when you say the batter has to wait slightly longer to play the shot. But if you've been there, you know that that split second makes a difference between playing the ball on the ground and playing it straight up in the air.
100%, 100%. The key thing here for these tricks is to try and play the ball underneath the eyes for long periods of time.
I think that one is a bit too wide. Yeah, the umpire concurs with me, stretches his hands. Signal a wide there for Tikiti. He's got to bowl that one out again.
Oh, yo.
And
He's clean bowled him here. Tafata Tsiga trying to go straight and clean bowled by Tikiti. Off stump, knocking his off stump back. Southern's 36 for 1.
36 for 2 with the fall of Tsiga's wicket just been bowled off the extra ball. The wide 36 for 2 at the end of the over.
Tsiga, the last man to go. Full in swinging Yorker from Zikiti that just hit the bottom of the off stump. Newman in, Richmond Mtumbami the captain. It's a good ball. Genuinely brings it back into the right hander. This one pitches and leaves him. And a good over. Wicket in it, 36 for 2. Change in bowling from the city end. Shingrai Masakadza. Take over from Faraz Akram. It's a good start. Good length as well. Goes down the leg side. Man at fine leg. Too wide to come around and cut that off.
So as we saw that previous ball, San Marino clipping it all the way for boundary, bringing the score to 40 for 2 after 10.2 overs. Shingerai Masakadza continues from the city end. Well bowled there, a bit of a swing from Shingerai Masakadza. What do you think of these conditions, compared to the first day of these regional games?
Yeah, well, obviously an early start today, Tando, but there's definitely more movement in the pitch. I think this pitch is harder than the one that we played the first match on. And you can see that from the way the ball's carrying through to the keeper. Bit of movement off the seam, shape in the air as well.
So in other words, what you're saying is it's not going to be easy scoring off this pitch today, and you're going to see a low score.
Yeah, it might be easier scoring today actually, because this pitch is coming on a little bit quicker than the one the day before. Remember, it was just 24 overs the other day. So a lot more overs to be played today, a lot more time to bat. The sun is out, so whatever moisture there was in the surface, they will have to bat through, but it'll be definitely flatter to bat on this afternoon with the sun drying it out. Straight to the man. Good bit of fielding. Last ball of the 11th over. William Mashinge from the airport end. Starts off with a wide down the right. General bowler who likes to take the ball away from the right-hander. It's good shape, he's got good pace. Just wonder how much of that movement he'll get away from the right-hander, because the breeze is going across him. Favour the ball swinging more into the right-hander than away.
Seems to be struggling with his line in length because of the wind that we're experiencing today. He just has to get it right if he wants to restrict the Southerns from putting up total on the scoreboard.
Yeah, not the start that he would have wanted. Definitely. Just wonder if he is taking into consideration that strong breeze. Again, that one angled into the leg side, not much shape. You will find sometimes it takes the bowler a bit of time to get into his rhythm, get the ball in the areas that he wants it to be in, get that shape going. Something that they've got to work on, because already 2 runs off the over. He's only bowled 1 legitimate delivery. That's better. That's the length he wants to be in. good line as well.
So earlier on, we saw Southern's winning the toss and electing to bat first. Kevin Kasuza opening the batting for Southern with Tiga. Unfortunately today, Kevin Kasuza missing out, not managing to score much on the scoreboard, only scoring 2.
Shot. That is a very, very good shot. It's overpitched, yes, but he's still got to hit it, and he's got to make sure he got it wide of Shingi Masakadze at mid-off, and he did just that.
Well played there by Richmond Mutumbami, driving it all the way for 4, leaving the total at 45 for 2 after 11.2 overs. William Mashinge continues from the airport and well bowled there, and it's a dropped catch by William Mashinge. Missed out wicket of that's the big wicket from Southern Rocks. Richmond Mutumbami. Northern's missing out there.
Yeah, it was an opportunity. It was a tough one. Hit that back quite straight, and it went quite quickly. All kind of height for William Mashinge to try and get down to. That'll be called wide. Yeah, it's been a pretty indifferent over from William Mashinge first up.
He really has to try to get it right. Already bowling 3 wides in this first spell of this innings.
Playing 41.
Well bowled there by William Mashinge, dot ball. And well played by Richmond Mutumbami. Is he gonna deliver again for Southerns today? As we saw in the first game, he scored a 50, having a good partnership of just over 100 with Kevin Kasuza.
Yeah, he's been in good form. Like the way he went about his business in that first game. He was a runner ball for the majority of his innings until towards the end, when he was chasing down the total and looking to get the team across the line. So a lot more time to bat today. Looking forward to seeing another exciting innings from Tumbami. End of the 13th. 42.
Shingi continues from the city end. Shout out of any LB, the umpire says not out. Shot just gonna signal a leg by signals. Wide ball signal there by the umpire. Fostam Tizwa. Shingi seems to be struggling again with his line. I'm not sure whether is it because of the breeze that we are having today. Seems every bowler who's giving a ball bowls a wide in the first 2 balls of their spell. What's really happening?
Yeah, no, I mean in Shingi's case, the breeze should be assisting him because he swings the ball away from the right-hander.
Or maybe we can say he's trying too much to get that LB.
Maybe he's looking for the LBW. He will know himself. The best way to get an LBW.
For Shingi Masakaja, who has played many games, he should be knowing that. He's one of the senior players in this Northern Side team.
Right. Keeper Spencer Magodo standing up to Shingi Masakadze now. That'll just stop Richmond Mutumbami from advancing down the wicket.
Well played there by Richmond Mutumbami. That just goes.
But remember, you only have to bat 41 overs, so it's not the full 50 overs. But if Richmond Mutumbami, Timson Maruma, who are obviously part of the main batters on the side, can bat another 15-20 overs from here, that run rate will automatically increase, and they can take charge of the innings. At the moment they don't look troubled. Just need to make sure that they build from the position they're in right now.
Timson Maruma seems to be batting quite well. 20 runs of just 21 balls, a good strike rate of just above 95.
That's well played. That's very well played. It's a bit straight from Masakadze. He's definitely looking for that LBW. Timson Maruma plays that comfortably over the bowler's head. Come back for 2.
Timson seems to be quite relaxed there in the crease, playing good shot selection. No pressure whatsoever. Now it's up to Richmond Mutumbami to support him, for them to build that partnership we were just talking about now, considering the situation that they are in now, already losing those 2 big wickets for them.
Well, it's ideal times for them to be able to build a partnership. Not much happening out in the middle in terms of movement of the crease.
Well played there by Timson Maruma, guiding it down to third man as they take a single. And that brings the over number 12 up, bringing the score to 52 for 2, and it's drinks.
Trying to get Ainsley Glover off his area of attack. Just trying to get him to think a bit more. But I like the way Ainsley Glover started today. He's a bit slower through the air. Trying to look for some pitches off the wicket, and he's got 1-2 to turn away from the right-hander. Very well bowled again. It looks like Ainsley has picked up the pace required to bowl on this pitch as a spinner. That's the end of the over. 77 for 2 after 20.
William Mashinge to continue from the city end. Another cracker by Richmond Mutumbami. William Mashinge just dropping it a little bit short there. Powerful back foot drive by Richmond Mutumbami.
A beautiful shot there by the Southern's captain, looking to now take on the bowlers and get the score moving. And he moves on to 20-28, carrying on with his form from the first game.
And straight away a change in the field. That sweeper drops down. Swiveled away by Richmond to deep square leg for a single. Very good cricket, getting a single straight after the boundary.
Yes, very much better from Richmond Bami. Trying now to rotate the score and just get pushing with another 21 overs remaining. Jimson leans into that one as well and just pumps it down to sweeper for one. What do you think could be a good score from going forward here with 20 overs remaining, Cunningham?
With the way the wicket has started to play nicely for the batting team, probably 230, 240. If these guys manage to bat maybe close to 10 to 15 more overs together, and then they'll have a go at the end. Better from William Mashinge on that occasion. Nice and full onto the off stump. Shot and pulled away by Richmond. That's a second boundary from this over. Not sure about the length that William has tried to bowl in this over. We saw in his previous over he did try and come fuller, but on this occasion he's dropped two of them short and both have been put away by 4-4.
Yes, a bit of short of a length there from William Mashinge with the pace of this wicket. It's easy for batsmen to rock back and just pull it through the mid-wicket region. That's been lofted over the top. One bounce 4 by Richmond Mutumbami, taking the game to William with that big shot, flicking him over mid-wicket for 4, beating the deep square fielder Nkosana Mpofu just to close off the over. 91 for 2 after 21.
Slip in place for Ainsley. And Timson Maruma goes on the reverse straight away. Will that trickle away for 4? Yes, it does. Another boundary for the Southerns. Moving along nicely, they are 95 for 2 after 21 overs. It's been a surge on the run rate from these two in the last couple of last overs. Again, on the reverse by very well fielded by Nkosana Mpofu at backward point. Looking to take the game to the bowlers, Timson Maruma.
A very good ball from Richmond to Maruma. Maruma just leaning out on a forward defense and calling for one. It's a very good reverse sweeper, is Timson. Looks like it's something that he's worked on during the off season, did into the season. And when we traveled down to play, Anthony was playing that shot very well. Very well played again from Richmond. Ntumbami just knocking that one down to deep midweek for 1.
It's good armor to have in your bag. Is the reverse sweep against an accurate spinner like Ainsley Ndlovu. Just gets him thinking a little bit on to bowl his lines and his lengths.
Now that has forced Ainsley Ndlovu to drop his length back. End of the over, 97 for 2. Change of bowling from the City end. Nkosana Mpofu in his first game for the Northerns. He missed out from the first game on Saturday. Applies his trade for Matebelele Taskers here in Bulawayo. Had a very good Pro 50 season. And has earned him a call up into this regional competition. I'm joined here by Vumi Moyo. Good afternoon, Vumi.
Good afternoon, Slim. Thanks for the jacket, by the way. Immediate reverse sweep for no runs. Nkosana Mpofu makes this regional side on the back of a really good domestic season for him, coming from the previous poor domestic season. And strangely enough, Slim, you the manager, you know this. Big shot. I think that's hit the batsman outside the off stump. And I'm not interested in that. Yeah, like I was saying, Slim, he's turned out to be a very good bowler. A little bit too short on that occasion, but it's pushed back. No runs there from Richard Mutumbami. So yes, Slim, I was saying, Nkosana Mpofu is the find of the season actually in terms of his bowling. He's been taking wickets for the Tuskers.
Yes, he bowled very well.
And that one is clipped past short mid wicket into the outfield. Easy 2 for Richmond Mutumbami. He's given himself a chance. He started off quite slowly, but now he's striking at almost a runner ball. No run there.
Yes, Nkosana Mpofu bowled very well this season. He was the leading wicket taker for comfortable in Tuskers.
Big shots! I think there's a little bit of an inside edge, and that might just be sliding down leg stump. Umpires concur. End of the over, 99 for 2 wickets. Ansley Ndlovu, Tuskers continuing from the airport end. It's been a bit expensive today. It's going about 4.5 and over, but usually very economic. Big shots! Oh, that's plugged. Couple of bounces and it's plugged. Will they come back for 3? I don't think so. The batter's just happy to jog for 2. Not the best run in there from the 2 batters, Slim. I think coaches always tell you put the feet under pressure.
Yes, and I thought it will show with their singles count. These two haven't run as much as they did or hard.
It's gone straight past the bowler's head. Again, not the best timing. So that will just be 1 run added to the score for Timson Maruma. Looks to the heavens to think. I think he was looking for 6 when he came down the wicket there, but absolutely no timing in that shot whatsoever from Mana. Tumbami just tucks that one into leg side. Cow Corner comes in from the fence to do the fielding. We must, we've just missed that the score has gone past 100. 103 for 2. Attempted reverse sweep. Let's see if he got any bet on that as they amble again for 1 run. No signal yet from the umpire. I know. So yes, that did get a little bit of an inside edge onto that. That's cut away. This time a bit more intent in the running from the 2 batters, and they come back quite comfortably for the second. End of the over. 106 for 2.
Kosana Pofu to continue from the city end, bowling to Timson Maruma, who's on 45. And a big shot there, and a big shot for Catchet. But to no avail. That has just cleared the boundary over Shingi Masakaze's head for 6 and brings up Timson Maruma's half century. First one of these games here at Queen Sports Club. He's batted very well, Timson Maruma.
Good shot from Timson Maruma. He's been struggling for his timing, but that one he has connected right out of the screws. Gone over long on for 6. And he pushes that one down the ground to get off strike. Slim, we know these are regionals. These are the players that have done well in the recently concluded Pro50. But as a player, when you selected into this kind of setup, what is your thought process? Forget what the coaches have told you, but you as a player going into these games, as Mtumbami pushes that one down to long on for another single. So what is it that you're wanting to achieve as a player?
Well, first of all, is to just try and maintain and carry on with your form that got you rewarded for these games, and also just keep your head down and not think about what's coming next, and just play each ball and each day as it comes, and look to always improve, and always look to improve your skills more and more with coaches, with the new coaches also coming into these teams.
A little bit of an inside edge there, and that's just beats on the man at shot, fine leg, going back at the batsman, Embler across for an easy 2 runs. That's a good finish to the over from Nkosana Mpofu after being pumped for 6 on the first ball. 116 for 2. Ansley Ndlovu continues the attack, or maybe defense, whichever way you want to look at it, from the airport end. Very interesting, Ansley Ndlovu and Nkosana Mpofu. Both seem to have done better this season. Reverse sweep has gone pretty fine. A lot of work for Shingi to do. Ambulance across. As alluded to earlier, the batter is not really pushing the field, so comfortable too. Very laid back running from both batters and the field as well. So they stick to 2. Big shout again. Umpire looks a little bit interested, but then walks away. That reverse sweep has been very profitable, but as you know, sometimes your strength can be a weakness as well. Not the length to play the shot, I don't think.
No, it was slightly full. Very well bowled from Ansley Ndlovu. Yeah, going back to the 2 spinners, Ansley Ndlovu and Nkosana Mpofu. Yes, they have bowled very well this season, and it looks like they're taking it into these regional games, and hopefully they'll take it through also into the 4-day format starting in a couple of weeks' time.
And that one stays a little bit low as Mtumbami gave himself room to try and cut it away. Pushes for no run. End of another very tight over from Ansley Ndlovu. 118 for 2. Big shots! And this time the umpire upholds the appeal. Nkosana Mpofu removes the very dangerous Timson Maruma. for 54. Very well played, half century from Timson Maruma, but just as we needed him to kick on, Timson is gone for LBW from Nkosana Mpofu, 118 for 2.
Jonathan Campbell coming to the middle to join Richmond Mtumbami with the score 118 for 2. Sorry, for 3. I beg your pardon, for 3. Prize is straight for the Midwest Rhinos down in Kwekwe. Also had a fair season in the domestic Pro50 championship.
If that name sounds familiar to most Zimbabwean cricketers or those in and around Zimbabwe cricket, yes it is. He is the son of former national team captain Alistair Campbell. Very good prospect for the future in Zimbabwe cricket. Field changing slightly because of the left-hander coming in. Nkosana Mpofu will continue from the CT end. Play on the miss from Jono Campbell. Not giving himself time to have a look at the wicket. He just wants to up the ante right from the get-go. Confusion out there. Direct hit could be a chance. Finally get through. Poor communication between the batters. Not the best of throws, and Bowler did not have enough time to get behind the stumps into a cushion, but anyway, all is well that ends well. A single to the score, and Campbell is off the mark.
Yes, a tight call there from Jono Campbell to get off strike.
Tsimbami pushes single. Slim, I was alluding to earlier that Nkosana Mpofu was a find of the tournament with his bowling, and he was picked as a batter. Primarily we know him as an opening batter for the Tuskers, but more and more he was bowling his full allocation of overs. Another dot ball from Nkosana. We'll finish that story in the next over. End of that over, 119 for 3. Ainsley from the airport end, and Campbell. Okay, the stumps were broken by the keeper. For a second I thought maybe he had played on. But the keeper has dropped the bells. Just to finish my story quickly, Slim. Dot ball there. Ainsley Ndlovu, who's picked in the side for his bowling, was one of, if not the top performer with the bat for the Tuskers. So, interesting times for the Tuskers this season in their 50-over competition.
Yeah, a very. As we see Richmond Tumami taking. The two batters taking a quick single for bye. Misfilled by the wicket keeper. A very interesting time, yes. Nkosana came in as an off-spinning option after we lost our prime spinner, John Yumbu, who is now based in the UK, and he had big shoes to fill. Richard Tumbami just pushed that ball down to the super region for one, bringing John O'Keefe on strike. Yes, as I was saying, Nkosana Mpofu had big shoes to fill at the beginning of the season, and it looks like the shoes fit him very well. I think they were wearing the same size shoes with John, but so far, and there's still a long way to go with the achievements that John Yumbu got for Matebele Tuskers as well as for Zimbabwe. We've still got a long way to go for Nkosana Mpofu, but looks like he's on the right track.
Richmond Tumbami pushing out to deep mid wicket for a single, brings an end to the over at 123 for 3. Nkosana Mpofu continuing from the city end, buoyed by that wicket. And that one is clipped into the leg side, perfectly placed over the short mid wicket and right between the two fielders in the deep. Good shot from Richie Mutumbami. As 4 more runs are added to the total, and Richmond moves on to 45. Good cricket as he just guides that one down leg side to a vacant square leg. Get off strike after hitting a boundary. Slim, you will remember Richie Mutumbami, former national team player, in and around the national team. He's been around for a long time and a very promising prospect. Lost form this season, he seems to be getting back to somewhere near his best. Do you see him getting back into the red shirt anytime soon?
As we see John O'Campbell knocking the ball around, getting off strike, trying to rotate as much as possible. Well, Richmond has been in good form. Has been in good form for his franchise. A former Tuskers player as well. Applying straight at. As we see him knocking it around again, trying to push for 2, trying to put the fielders under pressure, and through they go for 2 runs. Good running from Richmond Mutumbami and John O'Campbell. As I was saying, former Matebele Tuskers captain as well, now playing his trade for Southern Rocks down in Masvingo. Yes, I'm sure a couple of more performances will also put his name in the hat for national team selection. Oh, that's a very good ball from Nkosana Mpofu, cleaning up Richmond Mtumbami. Top of off stump, off spinner's dream delivery. Richmond Mtumbami goes for 48, scores 131 for 4, sorry.
The new batter is Tashinga Msekiwa from Midwest Rhinos, losing finalist in this year's Pro50 competition. Nkosana Mpofu once again proving that he is a bowler to be reckoned with, getting one to turn and bounce just outside the off stump, and Richie Mutumbami was looking very comfortable until that stage, played onto his stumps to be dismissed into the 40s. Nkosana Mpofu to Msekiwa, he gets off this mark straight away, pushing that one down to long on. End of the over, 132 for 4.
Instantly over, continuing from the airport end, getting into his 7th over. He's gone for 24 runs. I think he's bowled very well today. Much more controlled, much better from him as compared to the first game.
Playing a miss outside the off stump, Msekiwa. Not sure how he's been beaten there, not too much turn. From Ansley Ndlovu, slight change in the field. Just a quick reminder, in case you joined us late, there's weather in and around Bulawayo. Our boss has us sitting out in the open, so it's quite chilly. Single taken down to long on. It is quite chilly. There's been weather in and around Bulawayo. So instead of the 50 overs, we have currently lost 9 overs to the side. So 41 overs being played. It is building up, getting quite angry up there, but it's a bit chilly, so I'm not sure if we'll get another downpour. It's knocked on by the fielder, but no damage done there. Another dot ball brings an end to Ansley Ndlovu's over, 133 for 4. Nkosana Mpofu from the city end, continuing to Msekiwa. 11 overs to go, including the current one. Score currently on 133. Another dot ball. My fellow commentators, before I came on stint, we're talking about 240, 260 being a good score. But at this point in time, as that one is tucked away, square leg running in keeps that down to 1. They will have to go guns blazing to get to 200. At the end of this over, there'll be 10 overs left with the score on at about 140. So if they score at 7 and over, that should give them another 70 runs. So 200, 210. With the sun baking the wicket, it might be easier to bat in the afternoon. But you never know, there's still some moisture around. We might have a downpour, so it's still very tricky to call.
So are you agreeing with me like I am?
As Nkosana Mpofu just gets his line slightly wrong and is tucked into the leg side for 1. Slim has left the commentary and I'm joined by Tando. Yes, Tando.
Afternoon for me, how are you?
Good, thanks, and you?
So I've been hearing you guys doing your commentary, and I think you now agree with me that this is going to be a low-scoring wicket today compared to the first game that we had on Saturday. The conditions seems to be very, very much different from the first game that we had. The batters seems to be struggling as much as they're trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. The runs ain't coming that much as they would have wished.
Well played by Msekiwa, presenting the full face of the bat to long on for 1. end of Nkosana Mpofu's over, 137 for 4. Einstein Ndlovu continuing from the airport end. Short in anger. That barely clears the 30-yard circle. Easy wicket. Caught a couple of steps running back by the fielder at mid-on. And that is the end of Musekiwa for 4. And Einstein Ndlovu has picked up his first wicket. 136 for 4.
So we saw the departure of Musekiwa, only putting 4 runs on the scoreboard for his team Southerners, and in comes Tinashe Muchawaya in the crease. Einstein Ndlovu continues from the airport end. Is he gonna strike again for Northerns? Let's wait and find out.
I think Tando, my co-commentator, has been vindicated. It's not easy to bet on this wicket, as the 2 batters that have scored runs, Timson Maruma, Richie Mutumbami, gave themselves a look in. As that one goes past the outside edge, some turn from Einstein Ndlovu, past Muchawaya's bat. Good aggressive hit down the ground and good fielding, saving a boundary, and 2 runs from Muchawaya. Slightly over pitch from Ansley, and he's driven that one straight past the stumps for 2. Swing and a miss, turn and bounce from Ndlovu.
You'll agree with me, the spin bowlers of Northerns, both Ainsley and Nkosana Mpofu, bowling exceptional well for their team.
Again, swing and a miss. Getting nowhere near the line of the ball, is just agriculturally gone across the line. End of the over, 138 for 5.
Nkosana Mpofu continues from the city end. Tinashe Muchawaya, Jonathan Campbell on strike. Is that one to point, and it's a dot ball well fielded by Tanunu Ramakoni, who happens to be the 12th for Northerns today.
Big shot from Campbell, but he's found the sweeper on the offside. Keeps that down to just 1 run. Yes, Tando, I agree with you. The spinners have bowled very well in tandem. the two local boys, they've been playing their cricket here for a very long time, so they should know the conditions. They should know what and when to bowl, which kind of delivery. So yes, Nkosana Mpofu and Ndlovu have been bowling very well. Big hit! Fielders coming round. And the catch. Put it on the long on boundary. But this just eludes the fielder there. Shingirai Masakadza. And the umpires signal 6. The batter would have had his heart in his mouth, as that looked for all money like it was not going to clear the boundary, but it just had enough legs on it. Much needed boundary. As we have been alluding to, the run rate had been coming down since the loss of the 2 big run getters today. Another agricultural hoik across the line, down to backward square, and the misfield allows Musekiwa to run back, rather Chawara to run back for another comfortable 2. So he's stepping on the accelerator, showing intent to tackle. Another big hit. This time Faraz Akram is under it and he takes it comfortably. Gone to the well once too often.
Northern strikes again, they take the wicket off Uchawaya, as I was about to say in the previous 2 balls. He first he trying to clear the boundary, but then as you look at these conditions, his breeze, obviously the ball will hold in the air, and here again he tries to clear the boundary. This time around he's not lucky, getting caught on deep mid-on by Faraz Akram. Not a good shot to be playing here with this breeze in these conditions today for me.
The new batter is Karl Mumba. However, he won't be on strike as that wicket fell at the end of the over, with the score on 147 for 6. And suddenly the batting side look in danger of not batting out their 41 overs.
Enslin Ndlovu continues from the airport and Dol ball, he bowls. Good ball, good bowling. They're bowling in partners with Nkosana Mpofu. They seem to be attacking the batters of Southerns.
Plays that across the line. Sweep shot just for 1 run. A lot of risk. So it's a fine line now, Thunder, because they are stuck between keeping the 4 wickets they have in hand and trying to up the ante, because they really need to get some runs on the board to challenge the Southerns when they come into bat later this afternoon.
Exactly, the scoreboard has to be taken, but then what the Southern batters are failing to understand about the conditions today, the big shots are not paying them, they are not doing justice to their team and all. The key thing that they must do now well played there to the mid-wicket region by Carl Mumba as they take a seat. So as I was saying, for me, the key thing now for Southern is just for them to keep the scoreboard ticking, is for them to be rotating strike as much as they can.
Rotating strike, turning those knots into ones and trying to turn those ones into twos. As it comes down the good shot from Campbell, but that's too good a shot. It's gone straight into the middle stump on the non-strikers and unfortunately ricocheted back and no run for a perfect cricketing shot. This game can be so cruel at times.
You can say that again for me. Southerns really have to keep the scoreboard ticking if they want to put something to be challenging when Northerns comes into bat.
Iceland Ndlovu just adjusting his field slightly to the left-handed Jonathan Campbell. What's not doing for the batting side now? As Tando said earlier, they need to score as many runs as possible. Big heave across the line. The fielder just watches the ball sail over his head. 6 more. Very much needed 6 runs from Campbell to end Anthony Ndlovu's over. The score on 155 for 6. Carl Mumba facing Kosana Mpofu, who's coming from the city end. Carl Mumba yet to get off the mark. Big strong boy Carl Mumba, if he plays the pedal sweep. Batters looking for 2 and they're coming back comfortably for those 2 runs. Well placed by Carl Mumba. The 2 gets him off the mark. He's up and running.
Carl Mumba, the big hitter for the Southerns team, can keep the scoreboard ticking and try to put a decent score for Southerns.
Plays the same shot and this time has gone finer. Should have the same results. A bit more work to do for the fielder down there behind square. Another 2 runs off the bat of Carl Mumba. Keeps the scoreboard ticking along nicely. Nkosana Mpofu thinking slightly about where to bowl his next delivery, what length especially, to avoid that easy sweep into the leg side.
Nkosana Mpofu has been bowling quite well.
3 out of 3, plays the same shot, but this time, as I just said to Tanda, that cricket is a cruel game because it's come off the face of the bat, right in the middle of the bat. It's gone quickly to the fielder, so he can only run the 1 run. So 5 off the first 3 balls of that over. Good start by Carl Mumba. And the field changes again because of the left-right combination. Jono Campbell back on strike. He's currently sitting on 12 runs. Kosana wants his square leg to move right down to the boundary. Not good news if you're watching the game. There's movement from the ground staff. A reverse hit from Campbell, and that's going to go for 4. Save your legs, young man. Don't bother chasing that. 4 runs, switch hit from Campbell. The ground staff by the covers. Maybe they know something with them, but you can feel it. The atmosphere has changed. There is some moisture around.
Definitely the rains might be pouring down any moment from now.
Tries again, but I don't think there's any connection there. We'll wait for a call from the umpire. It might have missed everything. The keeper has missed it as well. Looked at Fostum Tizwa. No signal this far. So I guess that must have come off the bat or the gloves. Another run to Campbell. Field changes again at the stage of the game. Third ball. End of Nkosana Mpofu's over. 165 for 6.
So as I was saying, Nkosana bowling exceptional well. Talent Kitty is back into the attack coming from the airport, and the first ball, it's a dot ball. It's a leg by signal by the umpire. I know Chubby. Talent had his first ball bowling 5 overs, 19 runs for 1, 8 and for me. Talent being one of the youngest bowlers in these regional games, him doing well. He's originally from Bulawayo, but in the Pro 50s he's been playing for Mountaineers, and he has bowled exceptional well prior to these regional games. Quite a talented youngster we have, like his name, Talent.
Talent is very talented, isn't he? He bowled very well. His first 4 overs, I think, were really good. It's just towards maybe the end of the 4th over, he got a bit tired, went a little bit short, and he got spanked a little bit, but he's been very tight, his line and length, hitting the right areas. The field is changing again, as the umpires are looking up to the heavens to see there is a bit of moisture around, but we hope for the cricket lovers it stays away for the time being. A big shot from Mumba, but he finds the man at cow corner. And the fielding is done effectively for just the 1 run. Tikiti back into the attack, replacing Ansley Ndovu, who's committed his allocation. Ball very well, Ansley. His 9 overs, 1 wicket for 35, going at an economy of 3.89. Short ball, signal 1 for the over. Campbell had nothing to do with that, just easily getting underneath it and watching the loopy tennis ball bounce, indicative of the surface, bit on the softish side. Big shot from Campbell, finds the gap once again, Good hitting from Campbell towards the back end of his innings. Not sure about the length Zikiti has bowled at this stage of the innings. 4 more much needed runs to the total.
So we saw the spin bowlers of Northerns, Ainsley, Ndlovu and Nkosana for bowling quite well. Nkosana taking 3 wickets.
Campbell goes again. Good fielding this time from Ainsley Ndlovu. Keeps that just down to a single. But the foot is now familiar as the showers start to get slightly heavier. Change in the field. Into the right-handed Mumba, does not pick the slower ball. A little bit of an appeal there, but I think that has bounced after it has hit the bat. At the conclusion of the 172 for 6.
Nkosana Mpofu continues from the CTN.
Big shot, 6 runs all the way. That has gone over the stands to the Queen's Clubhouse from Campbell. Nkosana Mpofu just put that one on the slot. Slog sweep comes out, 6 runs.
Jonathan seems to be quite good on that slog sweep for me.
Yeah, that was right in his arc and he's just swung with it.
Yeah, they really have to take on the bowlers now. I mean, only 5 overs remaining in this innings.
Good recovery from the bowler as he goes just for a dot ball after getting hit for that massive 6. Yes, Campbell has quickly moved on to 29. And that one is signaled wide by umpire Foster Mutizwa. But that was very well bowled, Thunder, because you saw the batsman giving him the charge. Campbell goes again on the cut this time. Couple of runs. Fielding is done by the sweeper. Mashingi, I think it is, sweeping up. Another 2 added onto the score of the bat of Jonathan Campbell. Goes on that reverse switch hit. Couple of bounces into the fence. 4 more to the total.
Nkosana seems to be losing his line at the last overs of the innings. Him taking 3 wickets in his first spell, but not finishing good with the momentum, losing his momentum. Not looking good for the Northerns team. But in the 6 wickets that have fallen down for Southerns, the 4 being from the spin bowlers, as the coach of Southerns, would you give more overs to your spin bowlers when they're coming to bowl against Northerns?
No run there. Bit of miscommunication from the batters. Yeah, Tando, it's one of those catch-22 situations. Another pitch, but I think no timing on this one. It's not barely clear the 30-yard circle, and it's just ambles across for 1 run. end of a very expensive over from Kosana Mpofu after a really good spell from him. So maybe yes, the captain did keep him on 1 over too long, and he is still learning his trade. He is more a batter, like a part-time bowler, but he's bowling more and more and being successful at it. Over 196 for 6. Apologies for that. Score is actually 180, not 190, 187 now. After that single from Jonathan Campbell. Talent Tikiti left armour, continuing from the airport end.
So for me, Els finished a spell of 9 overs, 35 for 1. Kosana Mpofu seems not to be keeping that momentum of the spin bowlers. I think now it's high time we should have maybe Shingi Masakata coming from the other end.
And that one straight back over the bowler's head. Lots of work to do in the outfield and brilliantly done. Teamwork down there from long on and long off, saving 2 runs. Yes, Tando, it's one of those situations. Kosana might have bowled that over and picked up 2 wickets for 5 runs and would all have said, well played by the captain. But because it's been hit for a couple of boundaries and 1 maximum in that boundary, everyone is thinking, nah, I kept him on for too long. So I understand how difficult some of these calls are for the captain. Big shot from Beka Mumba. The fielder is interested for a while, and then he gives it up and he watches the ball sail high over his head. 6 runs to Mumba.
That was well struck by Mumba, the big hitter of Southern's, hitting that one for 6, bringing the score 193 for 6.
Tikiti has decided to go back over the wicket. Not sure why he changed and decided to come round, because he's bowled that ball straight into the hitting zone. And Mumba said thank you very much and he's almost deposited that on the side screen. Tikiti goes over the short cover fielder and finds the gap again. Seems like it's tea time, Thunder.
Yeah, the way that Mumba is swinging is bad. You can't be bowling to him straight. I think Talent Tikiti should try maybe bowl 4th stump. What do you think?
Yes, definitely this is where the plans come into it. Where are you bowling to a batter? Big boy is swinging. You definitely side his arc. Make him do something different. Slower ball. Hit straight down the ground again for another maximum. Umpire, I know Chappie just waiting for confirmation, but that looks like it has cleared the boundary. So young man, Tando spoke about Tikiti, young boy, under pressure. It'd be good to see one of the senior players walk up to him and maybe give him some advice, but being a select side, it looks like he's left on to his own vices. To figure out where to bowl, a good comeback from the young man. Beats the batter in the inside edge for a dot ball to end another massive over. The score is 200 rather, and 5 for 6.
Finally, Kosana is being replaced by Faraz Akram. He bowled very well in his first spell of 5 overs, 17 for 1 at an economy of 3.40. Is he gonna strike for Northerns? Wait and find out. Jonathan Campbell on strike, seeming to be quite relaxed there in the crease, playing his short selection exceptionally well. That's a swing and miss there by Jonathan Campbell, well bowled by Faraz Akram. 6 wickets down for Southerns.
Akram was fantastic with the new ball. Got it to bounce, got it to talk a little bit off the wicket as well. And he continues, fantastic length, straight through Jonathan Campbell, who was looking to put his foot down on the accelerator. He's out for 37, clean bowled. Faraz Akram making a mess of his stumps all over the place. 205 for 7.
So that was the departure of Jonathan Campbell, scoring 37 of 38 balls, and in comes Brendan Mavuta into the crease. Brendan Mavuta, you played very well in the just ended Pro50 tournament, him being the player of the tournament in those games.
Big shots! Big shots! Although hit the ground. He's talking to his captain to go up for DRS if we had it. Unfortunately we don't. But my call from my vantage point, Thunder, was I think the bat hit the ground. That's where that little bit of noise came from.
Obviously, that's why the umpire didn't give it out.
Well, the bowler seemed convinced that the ball had come off the edge of the bat. Not to be. Umpire has the final say on the field. Faraz to Mavuta, well bowled. Yorker length, middle stump line, and he's just pushed that out for a dot ball. Mavuta has been a good player, former under-19 captain, leg spinner, who had a long stint with the national team, lost form, but I still believe there is a future for him in the red shirt of the chevrons. Big shot from Mavuta, and that has gone for 6. I was about to say his batting has come leaps and bounds. He's been scoring lots of lower order runs for the Rhinos. And Tando, if you can play a shot like that, off the back foot, cut shot over extra cover, you are a batsman.
That's true for me. That's true for me. He's turning out to be a decent all-rounder, Brendan Mavuta.
Faraz Akram from the CTN, Mavuta dancing around.
Northern strikes again. That's Faraz Akram taking the wicket of Brendan Mavuta, being caught there at point.
What a fantastic catch. Delayed reactions. I thought maybe the ball had been hit into the ground. Very, very good catch. Reminiscent of some goalkeepers in the English Premier League. Both feet off the air, 2 hands to it, and that sees the end of Brandon Mavuta. The score 211 for 8.
In the crease, our new batter for Southern's. In the commentary box, I'm joined by Cunningham. Cunningham, afternoon.
Hi Tando, we entered into the final stretch of this innings. Interesting innings it's been. Northerns. Huge! Very huge by Carl Mumba. Deposit Carlo Masakaza over long on. That might have gone 3-4 rows into the stairs. Much needed boundaries this from the big fast bowler who's Carl Mumba.
Obviously, Carl is a bowler. He's going to swing his bat, and I don't know why these bowlers, they keep bowling straight to him.
Yeah, probably. It's just missed his lines and lengths there, Carlo Masakaza. We can see with his field, the way he's set up his field, he's looking to be bowling wide on off stump because that's what riders are. But unfortunately they missed his length and paid the price. No ball called. Unfortunate there for Shingi Masakaza. Just overstepping. That will be an extra ball. Much needed extra ball for the Southerns. .193 the score is.
Apologies there, the score is 219 for 8. Shingi Masakazi seems to be struggling to get his line. Another wide ball there after that no ball. The free hit still remains.
Again, another wide by Carlo Masakaza. You can see his plan. Not wanting to bowl straight to Carl Mumba. He keeps bowling wide on the off stump to where his fielders are set. Unfortunately, just going a little bit further away from that wide mark. Still a free hit. Big swing by Carl. Thickish outside edge over short there. And that will trickle away for a boundary.
Bringing the score to 224 for 8. Southern seemed to be struggling earlier on in their innings, but now they've managed to score over 200 so far, with 1 over remaining after this one.
Yes, Tando, we say that at the end of the innings, if you have wickets in hand, you can always accelerate. They were just pegged down by the brilliant bowling of the two spinners, Ainsley Ndlovu and Nkosana Mpofu. Again, well bowled by Shingi Masakadza. Nice wide yorker. Kyle Mumba couldn't get rich to that.
I like the way Jonathan Campbell went about his innings. He saw that the run rate had gone down when Northern's brought in the spinners attack, but then he had to take on the spinners, and we saw that expensive over bowled by Nkosana Mpofu.
Indeed. Big swing again by Carl. Talent Zikiti will come round on the deep point region and clean that up. Come back for 2. Yes, Jonathan Campbell really did add some impetus into the innings. Slow ball, and it's deposited again into the stands by Carl Mumba. He's having a feast out here. Very expensive this over. Raised to 43 of just 18 deliveries. Good striking this. Change of line of action from Carlo Masakadza coming round the wicket. Bang again. Over point. Just for a single.
Umpire signals a no ball again. Shingi Masakadza coming round the wicket to bowl a no, not doing justice to his team. Free hit, the umpire signals.
Not the best of overs he's bowled in his career. Shingi Masakadza, very expensive. Another extra ball. Signal wide for that one. Experienced campaigner is Shingi Masakadza. Just shows how much pressure can do to a bowler.
Well bowled. Good comeback there by Shingi Masakadza. That brings the end of the over. Leaving the score at 235 for 8. After 40 overs, we're going into the last over of the innings. Faraz Akram taking the last over of the innings. He bowled very well, opening the bowling for Northern's Cunningham.
Yep.
Very decent bowler for Northern's. Carl Mumba facing the first ball of the last over. Swing and miss there by Carl. Not what he would have wanted.
But what he would have wanted though is that it's been called wide. So it's still 6 balls remaining in this innings. Carl Mumba on 45. Will he get there in this next ball with a big one? Full toss, mistimed. Just a single to the sweeper on the offside. Faraz Akram will be very happy with that. Just a single. Change in field. Skipper Chamu moves over to mid wicket, and the sweeper comes on to cover. Run down, bang! Brilliant cover drive by Victor Nyauchi, just where they'd removed the fielder there. Much needed boundary. Takes them to 240 for 8 with 4 balls remaining. How much will they get in these final 4 deliveries?
I'm sure Southern's might be aiming to score 250, 250 plus, of which I think is very possible in the last 4 overs.
Very possible. Again, big swing. Running hard. Cut down by Brian Zinganyama. Sharp fielder in the boundary. Keeps it to 1. But more importantly, brings Carl Mumba to strike.
Carl Mumba is on 45. Is he gonna get that half century? Let's wait and find out.
Full toss. Missed. Fortunately for Faram, just straying down the leg side, and that's come off the pads of Carl Mumba. Yoka, another dot ball. Faraz Akram doing well, stringing the dots here in the final over.
What I don't understand, Cunningham, is why are they not running? That was a single. Or is it because Carl wants to hit his half century, but at the end of the day, it's the team. They might lose by this 1 run that they are not running.
Indeed. Full toss. Would that be called no ball? No. Umpire says it's safe. It's just over short there. And that's the end of the Southern innings. They end on 244 for 8 in their 41 overs. Carl Mumba ends on 47 of 23. Very good innings, added much impetus into this Southern innings. Brilliantly helped earlier on by Jonathan Campbell. And a good partnership between Richmond Mutumbami and Timson Maruma set them up nicely. Unfortunately, they were both dismissed by Nkosana Mpofu in the middle, who bowled pretty well with Ainsley Ndlovu in tandem. Interesting innings we've had here. Let's see how it goes. We'll meet you again in 30 minutes after lunch as the Northerns scored 244. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Queen Sports Club. It's the second Pro50 regional tournament between the Southerns and the Northerns. Earlier on in the day, it was the Southern betted first, posting a total of 244 for 8 in their 41 overs. Richmond Mutumbame top scoring for the Southerns with 54. Rather, Timson Maruma top scored there with 54 of 65 balls. Well held by Richmond Mutumbame, who scored 48 of 57. Jonathan Campbell added some impetus with 36 of 31. And then a big finish by Carl Mumba, striking at 204. Scored 47 runs of 23 deliveries. Pick off the bowlers for the Southerns was Nkosana Mpofu, who picked up 3 for 58 in his 8 overs. Faraz Alkram also bowled pretty well up front and at the back of the end with 3 for 32 in his 7 overs. Now, as we begin the chase here, opening the batting for the Northerns will be Tadiwa Nashe Marumani and Brian Mutsinganyama. From the airport end will be Victor Nyauchi. Joining me for commentary is Farai Gunda. Slim, Sleep in the Gully for Victor Nyauchi.
Good afternoon, Kani. Yeah. Bowling to Brian Mzinganyama. Plays his trade for Southern Rocks. Bottom off string goes well. Yeah, 2 slips in the gully. A 1 and 1. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 1 slip in the gully. And I think Richmond Tumbami is looking to attack a bit more in their pursuit to take the series of 3. They're going to go 2-0 up. These finishers did a good job, the likes of Carl Mumba as well as Jonathan Campbell, giving some impetus towards the end of the first innings, pushing the total to 244. Wide there from Victor Nyauchi, trying to get the ball to shape back in to the right-hander, to the left-hander rather.
Interesting that he started round the wicket straight away. Probably maybe looking to shape it in to the left-hander. You would have gone over the wicket. Thickish outside edge from Brian Mutsinganyama, and a misfield at third man, and they'll come back for 2. That opens the account for both Brian Mutsinganyama and the Southerns.
Beautiful shot there from Brian Nzinganyama through the covers, leaning into the ball, slightly overpitched, but well fielded by Timson Maruma, who was chased down that ball, and they just gone through for 3. It's a beautiful shot from Brian. A bit of a first game. Northern's ringing in the changes from their first game, with Brian Nzinganyama coming in for Tanura Makoni.
You'll be looking to make this count is Brian Nzinganyama. Nicely lent into that one. Cover drive. And he gets 3 runs.
Beautiful shot, overpitched again by Victor Nyauchi, and Marumani, with the form that he's in, doesn't miss out and clips that ball through mid-wicket. A slight misfield by Tafazo Tiga at mid-wicket, and Marumani is up to the task, flicking that ball through the mid-wicket region for 4. The score now up to 10. The first over. We'll come back there from Victor Nyauchi to close down his over. Northerns, 10 for no loss.
Keith Jaure will open the bowling from the City end.
Oh, a chance there through backward point, but with the way Brian is looking to attack the Southern bowlers, that's just gone through the hands of Brandon Mavuta at backward point. A valiant effort though, diving to his left. Beautiful shot there by Brian Nzinganyama to get his boundary count going.
If anyone would have caught that, it would have been Brendan Mavuta, one of the best fielders in this Southerns team, but powerfully struck by Brian Nzinganyama. Full wide and threw his bat at that. Northerns are 14 for no loss. Comeback from Keith Jaure. Good line and length on off stump. Nzinganyama just defends it to mid off. Good run. Good run. Punch to mid-on by Brian Mudzinganyama, and it takes off straight away for a single. Brings Marumani to strike. Chasing 245 in 41 overs, Slimmy. A runner ball. How would be the Northerns looking to go about this?
Well, I think taking away from how they played in the first game, where they had less rotation of strike, I think today they're actually looking. You can actually see with the way Brian Nzingamnyama is just looking to knock it around and also go for the big shots, but also that's been flicked away by Marumani down to deep square where there's nobody there. 4 runs to the total. Added to the total. Beautiful shot there, leaning into it again, and Keith Jaure just straying onto the Chaduanashe Marumani's front pad. And left-handers are very good off their feet, and that's a perfect example of how dangerous they can be once bowled onto their feet.
Whoa!
That's a wild one from Keith Jaure. No ball called.
It's a free hit to Marumani. Just that ball probably slipping off his fingers. Where is Marumani looking? And where is Keith going to bowl this one? Slower bumper maybe? Wide.
Wide ball.
Very wide. And the keeper seems to be in pain. Probably must have been hit on the tips of the fingers. Still down is the captain, Richmond Mutumbami.
Yes, that could be a very painful experience. Me and you kind of know how painful that could be as former wicket keepers. How painful that ball can be, especially when it's brand new and it hits the tips of the thumbs and the fingers. Can be very, very painful, especially in this weather as well. It's a bit chilly.
Something that I don't wish on anyone. You always have those broken fingers as a wicket keeper. Hopefully Richmond will be fine there as he comes back onto his feet. The doctor is there. Probably have a word. Can you continue? They do have a backup in Tafadzwa Tsiga. He's also a glove man. Knowing Richmond, you might just fight it out and continue with his keeping. But it will be a long day for him. So the captain, Richmond Mutumbami, is up and he seems fine and we're ready to resume. Kip Jaure from the city end. Oh, big swing from Marumani and he's struck. Round about his chest. Another man down in 2 balls. Will he be fine? Missed out on the free hit there. Doc is back onto the field. Again, we hope he's fine. Seems fine. Doc is walking away. Tough bugger is Marumani. Off the hips, pushing for 2. Marumani calls for 2. Good running. Quick running. Brilliant running from these 2. So the Northerns have dashed off the blocks. Just after 2 overs, they are on 23 for no loss. Victor Nyawochu will continue from the airport end. Nicely bowled outside off stump. Brian Mutzinganyama shoulders arms to that one. Dot to start the over. Overpitched, firmly driven to mid-off, but well fielded by Musekiwa. Second dot of the over.
Pitch looks like it's coming true. If you find a batsman who can drive clean straight to mid-off, which means it's now coming. It's coming better onto the bat than earlier in the morning. There we go again. For no run, straight to mid-off. Tanyauchi changing angles, coming back over the wicket.
Good start to this third over. 3 dots.
Beautiful shot, Brian Mtingamnyama, straight down the ground and beating Tashinga Msakiwa at mid-off for another boundary. The Northerns on the charge today. 27 for no loss.
Family struck. Straight drive there by Ryan Muzinganyama. We've seen that anything that's full, Slimmy, he's throwing his hands at it, showing how this wicket is playing this afternoon.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that this wicket is now coming to its natural state where it allows you as a batter to hit through the line. And now as a bowler, you now have to bring in some skill work into most of your deliveries.
Big shot by Victor Nyaochi. Umpire I know Chubby signals leg buys. Probably pitched outside leg stump there. End of the third over. The Northerns are 28 for no loss. Marumani seems to be needing some attention from that earlier blow that he suffered for Keith Jaure. Probably will just get some deep hit from the physio and he should be good to go. Jaura continues from the city end. The kish outside edge from Brian Muzinganyama down to third man. A single for the Northerns. We've been very fortunate with the weather today, Slim. Looked as if just before lunch it would start pouring, but then that rain has stayed away.
Yes, 100%. The rain has stayed away, but it's getting a bit chilly out there. Conditions are.
Big swing by Marumani, gets a top edge down to third man. A couple of bounces and he'll get a boundary for that. Very lucky there. That ball could have gone anyway.
Marumani taking his eyes off the ball, looking to hit through the mid-wicket bridging and taking his eyes off the ball at just moment, and the ball flies over down to the third man region, beating Victor Nyaochi, who's manning that boundary for a 4.
On the charge, swing and a miss.
With these two batters, they'll not back down. They love hitting the ball. They love hitting the ball hard as well. And they love taking on the seamers before they settle. And you can evidently be seen by Marumani in these last 2 deliveries that he's trying to get Keith Jaure to just change his line of attack.
pull. Just a little topish edge. Down to fine leg for a single. They would have probably discussed that. Other Northerns, that maybe just get as much as we can in the power play. Seeing there's still restrictions to the field, just 2 guys outside the circle. Anything that jumps over the circle, you could get boundaries from that.
Ball again from Keith Jarrett, inside edge, down to fine leg of Brian Zinganyama's bat. Yes, looks like they're looking to go after the Southern's bowlers in the power play, try and get as much runs as they can with the score on 37 for no loss in another shove down to the square leg region, cleaned up by Tafazo Tsiga. Marks the end of the over. 38 for no loss after 4.
Change of line of attack from Victor Nyauchi, goes back round the wicket. Bang! That is a slap. Wide of mid-on by Tadiwa Nashamarumani. Another boundary for the Northerns. They're going quite well here.
Going quite well, the Northerns, with Tadiwa Nashamarumani just dancing down the wicket and slapping that ball top of it, not even looking to hit it up, just hitting it along the ground for 4. And that's now prompting Victor Nyauchi to do a field change. And he sends down a dip mid-wicket and brings in fine leg into the circle. Tucked away into the mid-wicket region. Into the mid-wicket region, and the 2 batters were looking for 2 there. The slight fumble there from Tafazo Tsiga, but no harm, no foul, only 1 through that region. Slight miscommunication from the 2 batters. Marumani wanted to go back there, but Brandon Zingamnyama a bit skeptical about taking on the arm of Tafazo Tsiga. White ball signaled by umpire Aino Chabi.
Driven down to mid-off by Brian Mutsinganyama. Another dot ball for Victor Nyauchi. Good contest we have here between these two.
All our umpires for today. All yours.
Again, some aggression by Victor Nyaochi, collecting that ball which is driven down back to him and throwing it back straight away as he hits.
Right, our umpires for today. We've got Foster Mtizwa standing with his counterpart Aino Chabi on the strikers end. Foster Mtizwa, this region. I think they've controlled the game well so far.
Again, the contest continues. Victor Nyaochi versus Brian Mdzinganyama. Who will break first?
Victor Nyaochi looking to bowl as tight as he can to Brian Mdzinganyama, trying to avoid to give him too much room.
Nice. Well bowled, well played. End of the 5th over. Northerns are 42 without loss.
Jara continuing from the city end, and he's just been pumped through the mid-wicket region again by Tadeo Nashima. He's made a call that he's going to be going after this bowling and not let the bowlers settle like they did on Saturday. A bit more aggression from the young man, pushing the total to 46 for no loss into the 6th over. Down the wicket he goes again, through the same region again. Tadiwa Marumani on the charge here, Cunningham.
Back-to-back boundaries by Tadiwa Nashe. Loves that mid-wicket area. Anything pitched up, you will be looking to go over that man at mid-wicket or just wide of long on or of mid-on. And he's taking a liking to this bowling this over. And that brings up the 50. Very good start to the power play, this by the Northerns.
And there we go, another big shot going through, and this time he goes over mid-off. Tadiwa Marumani pushing the score along, taking on Keith Jarrett. 3 boundaries in 3 balls. 12 runs of 3. Big charge here, big change in the game plan, Kani.
Brilliant batting this. He's hit him through the mid-wicket area twice. Now he's over-pitched onto the off-stump and he's hit him also through the offside. Powerful! Powerful, that almost took the umpire's head out. I know Chabi was in some danger for a short time there. Keith Jaure overcompensating there, pitching it short, but Marumani to task with a strong pull shot just in front of Square leg. 4 fours in 4 balls.
Beautiful batting this from Tadiona Shimarumane, taking on the bowlers, not backing down at all. Another strong shot to mid off for no run, and he looks frustrated about that one. That one needed to go. He wanted to go for the 5th 4. Keith Jowry is slightly over pitching here. Trying to exert some swing. What's left on this on that ball, but Marumani able to the task. Bang! That's a big one again. That's over the deep square for 6. Keith Jowry not knowing what to bowl, it with Marumani on the charge. That's the end of the over. 64 for no loss. Victor Nyauchi continuing from the airport end, bowling to Brian Nzinganyama. Today the Northerns batsmen have come out with a different mindset. I think a good positive mindset in trying to chase down 245 in the allocated 41 overs. Currently they're on course at a run rate going at 10 and over.
Leg buys. They'll be pushing for 2. Keith Jowry cleans up it. Fine leg. They'll come back for 2. Umpire and Ochabi signals leg buys. It's been carnage here, Slim.
It's been beautiful batting, beautiful attack play. Reverse pressure from these 2 opening batters, setting it up for the rest of the batters to come. The likes still Northern still possess the strong batting of their skipper Chamuchi Baba, as well as Tusker season batsman Brian Chari. With the way these 2 are setting it up for the firepower to come behind, Southerns will have to look deep into their arsenal, into their bowling arsenal, to try and stop and try and stem the flow of runs. Big shot from Brian Nzinganyama straight over Victor Nyauchi's head. And it's a shot that we call nobody moves. And nobody did move for Teshingam Secure going to retrieve that ball from the boundary. Top batting this from these 2.
Brilliant shot from Brian Nzinganyama. Slightly, not really over pitched, but just on a good length. But he's leant into it, lofted it back over the bowler's head. Is again, as I allude to that trueness of the wicket. Good conditions to be batting out there. White ball.
Tadiwa Marumani trying to steal a single there from Richmond Tumbami, fumbling the ball there. from a wide delivery from Victor Nyauchi. Victor Nyauchi trying to get back into that line of bowling straight at Brian Zinganyama. That's a very well bowled. A bit tighter there now on Brian Zinganyama. Cleaned up by John O'Kemba at mid-wicket. You can see Cunningham, Tadiwa Nashe Marumani is itching to get onto the striker's end.
Very keen. He's very keen. He's raced to 34 of 18 deliveries, 6 boundaries and a 6. Whilst Brian Mutzinganyama has also been on the party, 30 of just 23 with 5 boundaries. Partnerships have moved on to 71 in just 6.4 overs.
Slight change to the field here. Jonathan Campbell going down to deep backward square. Keith Chara coming into the circle at 45.
Big shot! Big shot! And umpire Aino Chabi signals that out. Brian Mutzinganyama struck straight in front. A much needed breakthrough from the Southerns. 67 for 1. 71 for 1 rather. Victor Nyauchi strikes for the Southerns.
Nkosana Mpofu joins Tadiwa Nashe Marumani. Matiblet and Tuskers opening batter. He had a very good Pro50 season, leading wicket taker and number 3 on the leading run scorers charts for his team. Change of bowling from the city end. Tashinga Msekiwa to Marumani. Cut away by Tadiwa Nashe Marumani. He's on the charge here. First ball 4. Seems like any bowler that comes there is greeted by boundary. Manu scored to 47 of just 19 balls. He's in a hurry. Start the bus.
Better line and length from Musekiwa. Had been a poor start, dishing out short and wide to Marumani. That ball was hit for 4. Well dealt with. Slower ball. Nash to mid wicket, and they'll come through for a single. Moves Marumani to 48 and brings the new gun strike, who's Nkosana Mpofu. won't be as explosive as the other guys, but he'll keep that run rate ticking also.
He's had a very good season. Nkosana Mpofu looks like a different player. So much confidence. You can tell in his step that he's got so much confidence with his game now. He starts enjoying his cricket.
Wide by Musekiwa. Down leg. With that confidence, where does it come from? Is it experience, getting to understand your game, how you go about stuff, how you go about your things, or maybe just one score and then everything falls back to place?
A bit swing there by Nkosana Mpofu for no run to mid off. Yeah, I think with Nkosana it was just a matter of time to get a springboard when he took his first 5-wicket haul against when he took his first 5-wicket haul against Southern Rocks at BAC. It just springboarded him. But that's very well bowled again from Tashingam Secure. Just a slow ball, just a few change-ups that we talked about earlier on, Kani, that the bowlers here are going to have to do a lot of change-ups. The pitch is now favouring more of the batter than the bowler. Looks like it's dried up nicely. A ball from Tashingam Sekiwa to close off the 8th over.
I think with Musekiwa we'll see quite a lot of those off-cutters, back of the hand slow balls. He's a very skillful, shorter version bowler. Prides himself in bowling in the middle period of the game. And we'll see lots of that from him today. End of the 8th, 7-7 for 1.
Victor Nyauchi continuing from the airport end, bowling to Marimani, sitting on 48. Flecked off his hip, going down to deep square for 4, and that brings up his half century in quick time from Tadiwa Nashe Marumani of just 22 balls. He's been in form this whole season for Zimbabwe cricket, and a well-deserved 50.
Yeah, he's batted well throughout the year. Is Tadiwa Nashe Marumani, who saw also in the Zim domestic T10, where was highest run scorer there, playing for the Great Zimbabwean Patriots. Also came into the Pro 50. He's been batsman of the tournament as well. Just unlucky to miss out on a World Cup spot, but he's done pretty well this season. Nudges that full toss down to long on. He's not all power, he's not all big shots. He can rotate the strike, he runs hard. He's a fit youngster. Basically an all-round batsman.
Yeah, looks like a batsman who enjoys his game, prides himself being an opening batter, being the guy who sets the tone for his teammates. It's a ball from Victor Nyauchi, senior statesman in the Southern's team, plies his trade for the Mountaineers, the Pro50 champions.
Another dot ball to Nkosana. How will he be looking to go about it here, Slim? An explosive start they've had, the Northerns.
I think at this stage, moving at close to 10 and over. That's very well bowled from Victor Nyauchi again. Bowling to his field. Nkosana Mpofu trying to push that through the offside region. And I think with the start that Brian Nzingamnyama and Taduanashe Marumani have given the northern side, I don't think risks should not be taken. They should just continue their merry way, just rotating, strike more and creep closer to the target.
Pulled all the way for 6. Victor Nyauchi not happy about the fielder just being about 5 meters off the boundary, but that would have still have jumped over that man at deep square leg.
Beautiful shot there by Nkosana Mpofu, just rocking back and across and hitting that ball over deep square leg, over the fielder's head for 6. 88 for 1 after 9.
Quick single. Taduanashe Marumani calling Nkosana Mpofu. Tafadzwa Tsiga, bit slow off the blocks at cover. They get through safely for a single. Mpofu on the charge. Big swing over mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries for him. We saw in the previous over a short ball pulled away for 6, and this one slightly full by Takshinga Msekiwa. Nkosana Mpofu hits him through mid-wicket and he'll get himself a boundary.
A beautiful shot there by Nkosana Mpofu, taking the charge again to these southern bowlers. These northern batsmen are not backing down at all. Even if they've lost a wicket, they're still maintaining and going hard at the bowlers. Slight change to the field. Well bowled by Msekiwa. Change up there. Slow ball. As I was saying, a slight change to the field. We've got a deep square as well as a long on a sweep on the offside from Mpofu, as well as third man. A big hoik there by Nkosana, trying to send Msekiwa back over his head, but losing his shape in the process and just missing the ball. That has prompted the Southern's captain, as well as who is also their wicketkeeper, Richmond Mtumbami, to come up to the stumps to try and stop both Tadiwa Nasha Marumani and Nkosana Mpofu from advancing down the wicket. Just try and have them to play a bit more in their crease.
As they look to bring the run rate down here, I won't be surprised if they bring in Brendan Mavuta quite early than normal. We have a spread field now. Mpofu knocks it to square leg for a single. As I was saying, maybe Brendan Mavuta will be brought on to the attack and try get a few wickets to slow down the run rate a little bit.
Slight change again to the field for the informed Marumani. A dip mid wicket, a dip square, as well as a long on. Still Tashinga Msekiwa bowling a few change ups here. That's the end of the over. 94 for 1. Brandon Mavuta, Midwest Rhinos leg spinner, is coming into the attack to try and slow down this run flow from the Northern's batsmen. It's been the pick of the bowlers in the Pro50 Championship, bowler of the tournament, as well as player of the tournament, leading wicket taker in the just ended Pro50 Championship.
Start off wayward. Bottom edge from Nkosana Mpofu. Just a single. But yes, he's bowled well, Slimmy. Ball of the tournament, as you said, player of the tournament. Had a good campaign in the Pro 50s. We'll be looking to continue here.
Reverse sweep by Tadiwa Nasha Marumani going his merry way for 4 runs, just beating Tashinga Msekiwa there and moving the score along. Beautiful shot there from Marumani. Brings the score up to 99 for 1 into the 11th over.
Slight misfill there, and that will take the score to 100 for 1.
Beautiful cricket shots here being played by these two left-handers, complementing each other very well. Just rotating the score. another shot there. Straight down to long on. Along the ground. Complementing each other. Keeping the scoreboard ticking. Of which I think that's very important. Especially in a run chase. With weather. With weather around as well. But at this stage they're way ahead of the Duckwood Lewis Power score. And marks the end of the over. 102 for 1. Tadua Marimane pushing that ball just wide of backward point and getting through for 2 runs. I'm joined here by Mr. Moyo. Good afternoon. How was your lunch?
Fantastic lunch, Slim. That's why I've taken so long to come back to the commentary box. Still trying to digest it. But back on the cricket, Marumani has been in form for seems forever now. Anything is touching is turning into gold, and 63 is going like a tracer bullet. I think a few of the players in the national team are really feeling the heat that this young man is putting on with just the sheer amount of runs he's scoring and at the rate that he's scoring them at.
Yeah, he's been in serious form with that. Very well bowled again from Tashinga. Msekiwa ringing in the change-ups, bowling good slow balls of cutters, finding it hard for the batsman to try and get him away. Every time the ball seam up, they find themselves fetching the ball by the boundary.
Swing and a miss. A bit agricultural from Nkosana Mpofu, who is going to cross the line without getting his foot anywhere near the pitch or the line of that delivery. Played and missed at that. A bit uncharacteristic of Nkosana Mpofu. We know him as a tight player, getting into position early and playing good shots, but he seems to be attacking at will. And that's bitten the batter just outside of stump. Some bounce off a length. From the reaction, you think maybe the batter got a touch on it, but the keeper put it down anyhow. Some quizzing looks around, but I don't think there was a touch on it. Doesn't really matter, as the catch wasn't completed by Wiku Tumbami. And that one pushed down leg side, good fielding. The man at 45 saves at least 2 runs for his team. End of the over, 106 for 1. At the conclusion of the drinks break, the score is 106 for 8. And just like before the drinks break, huge 6 from Kosana Mpofu depositing that into the trees. Welcome, Tino Tenda Mawoyo.
Thanks a lot for me. Well, I'll tell you what, I would have loved to have been in the Northern's change room before they came out to bat today, because we've seen chalk and cheese in the manner about their batting compared to the first match.
Kosana pushes the one off his hip for 1 run. It's been good to see throughout the day that usually when a boundary or a 6 has been hit, the batter gets off strike the next ball. Yeah, very interesting, Tino, as to what was said at the break, because right now they're going at almost 9 to the over, which is serious hitting.
Yeah, well, they walked out there from ball 1 and they've shown some serious intent.
Reverse pedal sweep, red dot ball, 2 on the trot.
I thought 245 was a huge ask for 41 overs, but at the moment, for me, they need just above 4 runs and over to get themselves comfortably home. This one is down the leg side. They should get another couple to close off the over, and they do. That's good running.
Very good running, putting the fielder under pressure and making it back comfortably for the second. Pulls out the sweep again, but this time it's gone straight to the man at 45. Dot ball ends that over, 115 for 1. Msekiwa continuing from the city end. Kosana Mpofu cuts that to the sweeper for 1. And the Northerns continuing on the merry way. Tino, game 1 and lost in the power play. I know in the morning there was a lot of weather around, pitch was under covers, but we spoke about the lack of attacking intent from the batters in the morning, and it's shown now because the power play has been chalk and cheese.
Well, it has. I mean, I look at today's pitch and I thought the ball came onto the bat very nicely. Bit of swing, which was expected in the morning, a pitch that was under covers for a couple of days. Overcast conditions. But in terms of coming onto the bat, the ball did that. It was good bounce. If there's anything that we can refer to that was contrary to that, it was the ball that got Kevin Kasuza out LBW. Kept a bit low. That can happen. But other than that, for me, I think it's been fantastic batting conditions. Outfield a bit slow, of course, because of the rain. But I think it's the intent. And that's the word that you used. The difference in mindset of the batters. And that's why I said I would have loved to have been in the change room before the Northerners came out to bat.
Chance, but that has fallen safely between the fielder running round and the bowler. Interesting delivery that Tino. I'm not sure if you noticed, he must have bowled it a meter behind the popping crease. So maybe that's why the batter played a bit early. Leading edge, but luckily fell in no man's land easy one for Nkosana, who seems to be motoring along also on 23. No run as the ball is guided to backward point. So guess, we noticed even during the recently concluded T20 World Cup, the teams that struggled in the power play might have caught up later, but they never really got into the game.
That's why the power play is so crucial. For me, make sure that you take advantage of that. Give yourselves a platform to launch from. Under the over, 118 for 1.
Brendan Mavuta continuing from the airport end. As I'm sure you've heard by now, player of the tournament in the recently concluded Pro50. Very talented leg spinner. Chance for a run out. While the fielder was a little on his heels, Kevin Kasuza. And the throw was wayward, so at the end of the day, easy run there. You'd want your bowlers, your fielders rather, on the circle to be up to stop those ones, especially when the run rate is so far ahead.
We're just talking about Brendan Mavuta, 28 wickets in that Pro50 championship. Got his team, the Rhinos, to the final. Fortunately, they lost that one. It was an absolute nail-biter, losing by 1 run, chasing 277 against the Mountaineers. Gives himself some room, thick outside edge. That slow outfield we're talking about comes into play for me, so they'll just get 1. So far today, Mavuta's taking a bit of stick. 18 runs.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling to land it, Tino. That last delivery is case in point. And that one overcompensating. Speaking about the last delivery was way outside off stump and turning further away, the wrong one. And now he's overcompensated and that's just gone above leg stump. So he's really struggling to find his line today. Another one down leg side and the batter has followed it and caught up with it. And the fielder is now going to catch up with that one. 4 runs. Another very poor ordinary delivery from Mavuta.
Hasn't bowled well. There's Brandon Mavuta. Brings us to the end of the 15th over. 124 for 1.
Tashingam Sekiwa from the CTN, and that's guided down for 4 more runs through that vacant slip area. Tatiwa Marumani continues on his merry way.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to run the ball down. I'm not sure if he wanted to run it down that fine. As a man who was a short third man, I thought he might have wanted to get slightly square of him, but the result's good anyway. So they just continue to get boundaries, rotate the strike in between. They're running away with this. Duckworth Lewis pass score is 68. He smashed that. What a catch! That is a very, very good catch at mid-off. Keith Jawara is the man.
Fantastic catch to end a fantastic innings. I'm not sure if the effects might caught the sound of that, but that sounded like a tracer bullet, and it went like a tracer bullet, but good reactions by Jawara. And his innings, score 124 for 2.
Captain of the Northerns, Jamuchi Baba, walks out to the middle. Man in good form. Second highest run scorer with 300 plus runs in the Pro 50 Championship. Half century in that first game as well. In vain, of course, the Southerns winning comfortably by 8 wickets. Walks in at a time where a fantastic platform's been set for him.
See Chamo back and scoring runs. Former national team captain, of course. Went through a lean patch. But like Tino's just said, seems to be finding the middle of the bat again, and that augurs well for Zimbabwe cricket. With Tatiwa Nashe Marumani also scoring runs. It's good to see the selectors with some nice headaches for a change, Tina.
And the headaches for selectors are always a good thing. Vumi, you would know that, having played that role for many a year in Zimbabwe cricket. And I think what also creates the headaches for the selectors is the amount of cricket that's been played. Of course, you've got your domestic first class, the Pro 50 Championship, the T20 competition. But in the last couple of years, all these other tournaments that have been created around that also just gives the selectors another avenue to look at player performances. You can look at the domestic T10 that happened a couple of months ago. You can look at the National Premier League, and then the National Premier League T20 Bash that happens with top 6 teams or top 8 teams from the National Premier League, and then all these regional matches that happen at the end of each format of the domestic competition. All of those matches are a platform at which the selectors can look to pick national team players. 129 for 2. Because apparently the last 2 days there
True, Tino. That's one thing Zimbabwe cricket has got very right in the recent past is the amount of domestic cricket being played. And you cannot go wrong. The more cricket you play, the better you are going to become. As Mavutsa continues from the airport end, not having one of his best outings, but still plenty of time to turn that around. Three drop balls to start that over. With the destroyer in chief, Marumani now in the heart watching. It's a good time for him to try and bring the required rate down. And also do some damage limitation to his personal figures. But as I say that, he's given length again and Kosana has jumped all over that with a sweep shot. 4 more runs, Tino.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he should be bowling around the wicket. I'm not convinced. He's played a few sweep shots because he's bowling around the wicket and the angle is down the leg side. The sweep shot is a shot that he plays particularly well, and even more ball turning into him. I'm not so sure for me that he should be bowling around the wicket, not to Nkosana anyway. What he's done now is he's changed the field and he's taken the backward square leg a lot finer to try and cover that sweep shot.
And Kosana goes on the sweep shot again, a bit fuller this time, so he's not connected as well. And the fielder that's just been moved, they cuts it down to 1. But it's strange, Tino, you would have captained to this level and worked with a lot of the players. Sometimes you try and figure out what the game plan is, and from up here, it's hard to understand. You're saying Kosana is very good on the sweep shot. The leggy is turning the ball straight into his arc, and that's where he's bowling to him. And surely you want to try and get the ball out of his reach and going further away from him.
That's exactly it. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Bowls so much better when he's slowed down for me and goes through it at a much more controlled pace. Good finish to the over. 135 for 2.
Musakiwa continuing from the city end. 135 for 2 in 17 overs. Just in case you're joining us now, there's been a bit of weather around Bulawayo for the past couple of days. So due to a wet outfield, the match's been reduced to 41 overs per side. We're speaking about it earlier that 245 seemed like a really good score to get. But after some fireworks at the start of these innings, they only require a further 109 runs in remaining 24 overs. And that one's gone down the leg side. Fostam Tizwa doing some exercises, stretching out his arms to see a lot wide. So the required rate has come down very, very significantly. 108 runs are required from now on in. There's still 23 overs at the completion of this one. hard-working, honest bowler, Sekiwa. Just trying to land that ball on a length outside the off stump and get it to do something. Chibaba just defends that off the back foot for no runs. But because they are so far of the required rate, they just have to play sensible cricket from here till the end, and it will be a mammoth collapse, Tino, if they don't get home from here.
Yeah, for me, all they need from here is just sensible batting. Partnerships. We've seen that if you spend time out in the middle, very easy for you to score runs. Timson Maruma, Richard Mutumbami, the captain of the Southerns, were an example from the morning innings. Kosana, we've seen this afternoon as well. Just take his time when the ball's in the area where he knows he can score. He's done that.
Bit of shape on that one. Finds the outside edge of Chibaba's bat, but luckily that falls in no man's land, no damage done. Yeah, we speak about sensible cricket, but we've all seen that cricket is not always sensible. Strange things have happened. They shouldn't happen, but sometimes they do. As this time he gives width. Chamuchi Baba cuts that one away. Sweeper does the cleanup for 1 run. End of the 18th. The score 140 for 2. Brendan Mavuta will continue from the airport end into his 6th over. He's dropped that shot and Chibaba's gone for 6. Not sure about the fielder. Corner. Because the ball has just cleared the boundary by less than a meter. So maybe he came in too early or he didn't pick up that shot in time. But 6 runs to Chamuchi Baba. Mavuta right back to where he should have been. That first ball. Chamuchi Baba plays that with a dead bat. For a dot ball. This time he opens the bat and just pushes that to the sweeper on the offside. 7 runs off the first 3 balls. So just as you think there's some semblance of sanity being brought back to the run rate, that 6 has tilted the game back in favor of the batting side. It's really been an up and down show. Balls, 1 good ball, 1 bad ball, and that is not good enough at this level. Brendan Mafuta, who we spoke about earlier, that he was the player of the tournament, and he just today has not found any rhythm whatsoever. Couple of good balls, ball gets hit out of the ground, so he's really struggled today, Tina.
I mean, like I said a couple of balls earlier, it looks to me like he's struggling when he tries to get the ball through the action very quickly. Loses control, doesn't get the ball to land in the areas that he wants to. 146 for 2.
Musekiwa to continue from the city end. 146 for 2. Big shot from Chibaba, and that has gone way over Kalkwa into the groundsman. Garage here at Queen Sports Club. Chamu Chibaba, second 6 of the innings, and less than 100 runs to get now. Seems to be running away with it. Continuing the good work done earlier by Brian Mudzinganyama and Tadiwa Nashe Marumani. Chibaba just pushes that one into the leg side and is going to pick up an easy 2 runs. Again, Sekiwa has bowled that from way behind the popping crease, hoping to catch the batter out, because it will take longer for the ball to arrive at the batsman, but with a similar action. So the batsman would have to really have his wits about him to pick up the length of that delivery. This time he balls from the right place, and Chamu Chibaba has lifted, given away his wicket, and you can see the disappointment in Chibaba. He has just skied a length ball straight up into the air for an easy catch at mid-off. 154 for 3. After 20 overs, the current score 160 for 3. If my method can, that means they're going at 8 runs to the over.
That's 8 to the over. Right on 8 to the over.
It's fantastic betting. Kani, elephant in the room. As Zimbabwe left for the World Cup without Tati Wanashe Marumani, there was a lot of debate in and around social media circles as to should he have, shouldn't he have, should he have, shouldn't he have. But The boy has been in so much form, unbelievable. You spoke about the T10 bash, he was the top run scorer, top strike rate. Talk about the just ended Pro 50, again the top run getter. So he's continued his magnificent form even into these regional games, and one wonders how long that form is going to keep going for.
Yes, he's batted brilliantly all year round. Is Tadu Anashimarumani. Very unlucky to have missed out on a spot at the T20 World Cup. But I guess it's one of those things that in a career, there's not much you can do. He's put his hand up. He's continued to score runs. Hopefully continues again until he gets that chance to go back into the national side, because he was in Australia earlier, just before the World Cup, for the 50 over stuff, but unfortunately just to miss out at the World Cup.
Mr. Kiwa into Brian Cherry, dot ball this time. He's told away, worked hard for his captain, Mr. Kiwa. Once in a while, he's missed his length and been deposited out of the ground, most recently by Chamu Chibaba. But otherwise, he's had a decent outing. He asked the right questions of the batters and he's used the Queen's wicket quite well. And just as I say that, Cherry goes big, but not way close to big enough. Msekiwa, rewarded for his hard toil, picks up at 161 for 4. Spencer Magodo is the new batter from Mountaineers, Pro 50 champions. Kani said the old cliche in cricket is add 2 wickets to any score. We've just added 1 wicket. Good looking drive. So no run there.
Positive start there by Spencer, though he didn't get a run. But good to see him coming forward, presenting the full face of the bat.
Ball. Almost an instant replay of the last shot. End of the 22nd over, 161 for 4.
Change of bowling from the airport end for the Southends. It's a like for like, another leg break bowler coming to bowl, Jonathan Campbell. He replaces Brendan Mavuta.
Let's see if Jonathan Campbell can get any pitches off this Queen's wicket. Bit of a slingy action. I think he's trying to bowl the wrong one to get that one to go away from the left-handed Kosana, who's batting on 40. Kosana pushes that one out. He'll score onto 41. And with still 82 runs required from here on in, the Southers must feel they still have a chance, especially if they get Kosana on 41 and they got two new batters. Currently the wicket-keeper batter is at the crease. So surely after that, some all-rounders and the bowlers to come. Still game on here, Cunningham.
Always game on if they get. Starts off with a googly to Spencer. So what we've seen with Jonathan Campbell is that to left-handers he bowls little offies, and then to right-handers he tries and bowls those leg spins, trying to always turn away the ball to the batsman.
That's slingy action again to the left-handed Kosana. Pushes that out. Extra cover. Instant replay. Same three players involved in that play again. Rushing through is over here, Campbell. This time Kosana does beat that short cover fielder and adds one to the score. That's the completion of a very quick over from Campbell. 164 for 4. Biggish shout, but more in hope than with any real conviction. Foston Teaswood just walks away from there. Not sure what they were appealing for. They seemed to come off the face of the bat. Sekiwa into his 9th over. Overs have gone for 40. Honest day's job. He can be proud of what he's produced with the ball today. Nkosana Mpofu is the glue that's holding the Northern's innings together for now. On a very cold afternoon in the city of Kings. Big shot this time. The fielder there quickly round the boundary and keeps that down to 1. There's that delivery again, Cunningham. From way behind, popping crease. Almost just a meter after he's gone past the umpire, does he let that ball go? Must be a really difficult skill to master.
It is, and it's hard to get that ball away because it comes onto you on a slower. Oh, a missed chance there by Richmond. A wide down leg. Spencer Magoda trying to flick that and he loses, overbalancing, falling over to the offside. But Richmond couldn't gather that ball. Missed chance there.
Missed chance by Richie Mutumami behind the stumps.
Difficult one though, difficult one.
They need to take all the chances they get to this stage to have any hope. well bowled again. It's gone past the inside edge of the bat. A little bit of extra bounce off a length there. Musekiwa from the CT end. For the Southerns, nice little drift into the stumps, pushed away for defensive. No run there.
Put in a good shift is Musekiwa in his 9 overs, his last over. He's picked up 3 wickets. We saw him getting Chamu Chibaba with the back of your hand, slow ball. Brian Chari got him with an off cutter.
Again, a slower ball. I think that's out of the back of the hand, and it's actually turned a bit as a leggy, and that brings an end to a very good spell from Musekiwa. Lots of variations. It's 9 overs up. End of the 24th over. 167 for 4. That's gone wide, down leg side, and it's beaten everything, and that is going to go down to the fence. 5 much unneeded runs for the Southerns, and just a little bit of pressure that was built in the last overs released with 1 or not all at all, because he still has to bowl 6 in the over and he's already gone for 5. Not a good start from John O'Campbell.
Poor start by John O'Campbell in this over. You always want to create and build partnerships, whether you're batting, whether you're bowling, and that just undoes all the work that Musekiwa had done in the previous over.
And a little fumble there by John O'Campbell, but doesn't cost, as the fielder cover cleans up behind him. Well played this time by Nkosana for 1. Pushes into that gap. And that's all he needs to do. Sensible cricket. We keep on about sensible cricket. Just take those ones. When the bad ball comes, put it away. But just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Way above what is required stage. Duckworth Lewis pass score 137. There's a shout there, but that one seems to be going down the leg side. As he's picked up again. 4 runs. Spencer gets his first boundary.
First boundary for Spencer. So that ball was way down leg side and he's just gone on the sweep. Just 1 man to beat at 45, and he gets himself the first boundary.
You spoke about like for like change when he came on for Mavuta, and he seems to be bowling a very inconsistent line, just like what Mavuta did. One good ball, then the next one is down leg side, and maybe the issue is he has a left-right hand combination and is not adjusting quickly enough. The completion of the 25th over, 176 for 4.
Changing ends for Brendan Mavuta. Replaces Tashinga Msekiwa from the City end. And a changing end at the commentary box. Welcome, Slim.
Thank you, Cunningham. We're seeing the Northern's batters just going through their gears here, having lost two quick wickets. And with Nkosana Mpofu playing very well, holding up an end, and with Spencer Magoda, who's just joined him in the crease, only on 5.
Good start to his second spell, Brendan Mavuta. He starts off with 3 dot balls. Much needed dot balls here, just to bring that run rate down, put some pressure on the batters, and probably get a wicket somewhere.
Slight misfield there by Timson Maruma. Allows the batters to cross for 1 run, pushing the score to 178 for 4.
Slip in place for the new man Spencer Magoda. But Brendan Mavuta drops that one short. He's quick to the pull shot, but well covered in the deep mid wicket area by John Campbell. They come back for 2.
Yeah, almost a half chance there, but just beating Tafata Tsiga to his right. As we said again, that marks the end of the over. 180 for 4. Victor Nyauchi back into the attack, coming in from the airport end, replacing Jonathan Campbell. Richmond Mutumbami, the Southern's captain, turning to his more experienced bowler to try and break this partnership that's slowly building up and try and put more pressure back to the Northern's batsmen. Start there by Victor Nyauchi, just full of a length.
Interesting, Slimmy. We haven't seen Carl Mumba bowling yet. He's picked in the side as a bowler. Did have a good time with the bat in the morning, but he hasn't bowled all afternoon.
Yes, interesting. Richmond Mutumbami, unless
Beautiful driven down through extra cover by Nkosana Mpofu. They'll be looking to a big push, pushing for 3. They managed to get that comfortable.
it's
Good running.
very good running from these two. Still looking to rotate, strike as much as possible. Yes, interesting. You talk about Carl Mumba. Yes, we haven't seen him bowl today. He had a big, nice time with the bat, scoring a 45 not out earlier. Well ball from Victor Nyauchi, just beating the bat off. Spencer Magodo trying to go for a drive. Trying to tempt Spencer Magodo to go over the top with mid on and mid off up in the circle. Maybe why Carl hasn't bowled, maybe he's nursing an injury. Good shot there down to the super boundary, cleaned up by Jonathan Campbell for just 1 run. I think if Northerns just keep the scoreboard ticking, look to just rotate strike more and force the Southern's bowlers to try new things, they should have this game in the bag.
It's all for the Southerns to make play here. They have to ring in the changes. They have to try and make better game plans going on from here. But for the Northerns, it's just simple. If they bet out their overs, they should be getting this comfortable.
That's a top shot from Kosana Pof. Bring up his half century. Northerns very well batted by Kosana Pof for leaning into that shot, driving it past Victor Nyauchi for 4. Very well batted, pushing the score to 188 for 4. And the players will take drinks. Brandon Mavuta to carry on from the City end. With 14 overs remaining in this run chase, Northerns require 57. And they're well in control of the required run rate. Spencer Magodo looks to sweep the first ball. It's a shot I've seen most players are accustomed to playing nowadays, Kani.
Yeah, it's you're mostly playing that sweep on a ball that is on a good length from the spinners, so you get them to think where to bowl the next one. If you're a good sweeper of the ball, you're playing the best ball from the spinner. As you can see there, he's gone reverse, but that's the perfect length. That's the perfect length for the spinner. That's where he wants to be landing the ball. But if you're hitting them off his perfect length, then he's already under pressure there. So a good tool to have.
Then Brandon Mavuta flights one up, try to tempt Spencer to go over the top. And with Brandon's field sets where he's got a sweeper and a long off, as well as deep square lingering about 10 meters in. That's John O'Campbell there in the deep square boundary. Very longish square boundaries here at Queen Sports Club.
Big square boundaries today on both sides. We saw on the first day.
That's a big sweep shot from Spencer Magodo, with John O'Campbell giving chase, but to no avail. 4 runs, beating him just behind backward of square. Beautiful shot from Spencer Magodo, marking the end of the over. 192 for 4.
This is what we spoke about earlier, Slim, late introduction. Carl Mumba coming on to bowl now from the airport end. Someone who we've seen opening the bowling in past times. Starts off with a shortish ball. Nkosana Mpofu will feel like he might have missed out on that one.
Yeah, interesting call from Richmond Tumbami, bringing in his big fast bowler into the 28th over of the game. We've expected him to bowl earlier. Beautiful shot by Nkosana Mpofu, just guiding that ball down to third man for 1. Interesting also, Cunningham, he hasn't also acquired the services of Tinashe Mchawaya, another fast bowler. He hasn't bowled an over as well, so there's still a bit of bowling in the Southern's tank.
Yep, quite lots of bowling, but we've seen that This afternoon, the most successful bowler has been Tashinga Musekiwa, who's come on and bowled those cutters, back of a hand, slower bowlers, slow bowls, and also using his crease bowling right back at, not right up onto the popping crease. Big shot for LBW umpire. I know Chubby is not interested, probably sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, Spencer Magodo just losing his balance here, looking to flick that ball down to deep square and missing it. The ball was shaping, going missing leg stump. Oh, a chance of a run out there. Slight mix-up with the batsman. Comedy of errors happening here at Queen Sports Club. Slight miscommunication between the two, Nkosana Mpofu and Spencer Magodo. And Kevin Kasuza just picking up the ball from a mid-wicket area and quick releasing it, trying to get a runner from the bowler's end. And as well, Tafaza Tsiga also picking it up and throwing it down to the wicketkeeper's end, where Spencer Magodo was also out of his crease, but no damage done. Very well ball from Carl Mumba. Spencer Magodo just flicks that one down to deep square leg to mark the end of the over. It's 194 for 4.
Keith Jowry is reintroduced into the attack. Didn't have the best of first spell. He's gone for 3 overs, 43 runs. So in that final over that he bowled, his third over, where Marumani took him to the cleaners, taking 22 off that over. He'll be looking to redeem himself here and probably get a wicket or 2 for his captain. Starts off with a good ball on just back of the length on off stump. Beats Spencer Magodo on his outside edge. Nice shape across the right hander. Over pitched.
Top shot from Spencer Magodo, over pitched by Keith Jowry. And the batsman run through for 3 runs. Keith Jowry had a torrid first spell when Tadua Nashimarumani and Brian Nzinganyama were on top of the bowling. And he now comes back to the second spell and trying to strike and try and get a wicket for his captain. With Nkosana Mpofu looking settled at the crease on 53. Swing and a miss from Nkosana Mpofu. He's losing his shape there. I think he's getting impatient, Cunningham.
Probably just looking to attack Jowry. He's been one of the weakest bowlers this afternoon. Probably just trying to put pressure on him, not let him settle. He's struggled with his lines and his length. Full ball driven down to mid off. A dot ball. Yoka length again. Nkosana Mpofu looking to drive through the offside but misses it. A decent return to the attack from Jaure. They'll be looking to close this over from here.
Clean shot from Nkosana Mpofu, but for no run. And only 3 runs. 3 runs off this over. 197 for 4 after 30 overs with 11 to go.
Mumba will continue from the airport end. Bowling to Spencer Makodo. Fallen straight, driven down to mid-on. Good fielding by the big man Victor Nyauchi. Saved 3 important runs there. That was going away for 4.
Yes, that's what you need when you are looking to take wickets. Some good fielding, some tight fielding within the ring. Getting guys to support the bowler as much as they can. Short ball pulled away in front, but only for 1 run. Good to see Nkosana Mpofu taking a liking to push to playing pull shots. It's not a great pull of a cricket ball. Today it looks like he's been getting into good positions to play the shot.
Yeah, he's been in good positions. He's batted quite well.
Another chance in the cover region. The ball sticking into the wicket. Throw a ball from Karl Mumba. The batsman managed to cross over for 1. Bring up the 200 for the Northerns.
With just 45 runs to go, I'm not so sure about the way they're trying to go about it, because you can see they're trying to go really, really hard at the ball. What would you be thinking, yes, Slim, if you were batting in there?
As we see Nkosana Mpofu just dabbing that one down to 3rd man for 1 run. Well, at this stage, 45 runs required of 62 balls with 6 wickets in hand. There's no need to take risks. I think just bat through your overs, rotate, strike as much as possible, and you should be home and dry.
Keep knocking it around. There. That's a better option, a safer option. Take what's on offer. And when that bed ball comes, that's when you put it away. And just make sure you seal the victory for your team. Get the score to 1-1. And then have it all to play for in the final and third match on Wednesday.
Very well bowled from Kyle Mumba, finishing off with the Yorker. Northern's 203 for 4.
Jaure from the city end. Bowled him. Nkosana Mpofu trying to go over mid-wicket there, playing round that ball. Just a straight ball from Keith Jaure on the stumps. Nkosana Mpofu misses. Jaure hits. Another wicket down for the Northerns. It's 203 for 5. Could there be a twist here, Slim?
Well, I think the Northerns didn't need to lose that wicket, especially this time of the game, with only 10 overs to go to the finish of this game. But well played to Nkosana Mpofu. 55 of 72 balls. But I feel he needed to be there till the end if the Northerns had a chance. William Mashinge comes to the crease. Southern Rocks all-rounder. There's no mark with the bat as well, Kani. Loves hitting the big shots.
He does, but one thing I know about Will, he's a smart cricketer. He will play what's needed at this moment. And with the help of Spencer Magodo, he's just also getting himself in. I think they still have a chance here, but you never know. One good wicket, 2 good wickets might just shift the momentum to the southern side. Let's see how it goes. An extra fielder comes on to the 30s. Very well bowled.
Welcome to the crease, Mr. Mashinge, says Mr. Jaure, with a peach of a delivery. Don't think Mashinge was expecting that. I think he was expecting to come slightly fuller than that. Took him by surprise. Well bowled.
Nice surprise.
Two in two. Looks like Jaure has found his rhythm again. It's about 2 pitches of deliveries to Mashinge. And now with the Southerns, I'm sure they will now smell blood and start creeping back into this game. Still with Spencer Magodo still there with 20 of 29. Very well bowled from Keith Jaure. Now it's up to the Southerns captain to pile a bit more pressure on the new batter.
Seems to be running in a lot more smoother and harder. Is it a confidence thing from that wicket that he got? A good run from William. Well bowled by Jaure on top of off. Defends and takes off. Good run.
Yes, a very good run. Just leant into it. Just leant into it. And gets himself off the mark. Short ball. Spencer Magodo up to the task. Tries to pull it, but hits it straight to John O'Campbell to mark the end of the over. It's 204 for 5. Northern's needing 41 of 54 balls.
Kalmumba continues from the airport end. Nice and straight, full. Will Mashinga defends to mid wicket.
A bit more chatter around with the southern players. I'm sure they can smell blood that they're slowly getting back into this game. Very well ball from Carl Mumba, hitting that length, that hard length that we talked about again on Saturday. He's now found his rhythm, try and force the batsman to try and hit him off that length. But with the Northerns needing only 41 runs or 54 balls, they can afford to have a look. White ball down the leg side, overcompensating the Carl Mumba.
Yeah, it seems to me just falling over to the offside, just sliding that front, that right arm down the leg side. It needs to be coming up straight and up down. Is Carl Mumba in his action? There. It's better. A roll by Will Mashinge. Forced him onto the back foot, but just tickles it to that vacant square leg area for a single.
Interesting match that we have on our hands here. The Northerns managed to win this. They tie the game. They tie the series, rather. A big shot from Spencer Magodo. Pumping Carl Mumba off a length. Down to deep long on in the vacant deep long on for 6. A beautiful shot, sending the score to 211 for 5.
Beautifully timed by Spencer Magodo. It didn't look to overhit it. Just leant into it. And just swung through the line. Huge 6 that was. Kept his head in a good position from there.
Beautiful cricket from Spencer Magodo after hitting that 6 and just dabs the ball down for one run. To the third man region, bringing William Mashinga back on strike.
Chance. Makes it safe. Quick single run by the Northerns. Brendan Mafuta at backward point, trying to get a run out for his side there. But William Mashinga makes it. End of the 33rd over. They're on 214 for 5.
Kith Jari continuing. Bowling to William Mashinga. Had a decent Pro Championship, William.
He did. He played some couple of good innings. He was in the amongst the runs in the Southern Rocks team, batting it around in that late middle order. Chauri attacking round the wicket now, and that Galim has moved to mid wicket. We're looking to bowl straight at the stumps. They're straight at the stumps, but William Mashinga just flicks it to deep square leg for a single. It's 215 for 5.
Yeah, at this point of the game, there's no need to be taking too much risks. Just rotate as much as possible and don't get yourself under pressure. Short ball from Jauret. But Spencer Magoda is up to the task. Just pulls it down. A hook rather. To define leg. What do you think Southerns need to try and sneak their way back into this game and try and stem the run flow from the Northern batsmen?
I like what they've done here with Jauri coming round, bowling a couple of bumpers. But I like what they've done here with Jauri coming and bowling short to Spencer Magodo. He fancies he can get him on that pull shot with those two men deep at long leg, one at deep square leg. I think you have to try something. This wicket has been playing true.
That's very, very well. That has been creamed by Spencer Magodo through the covers. He loves driving the ball, and he's just leant into that and thrown the kitchen sink, getting the ball away for 4. That's over. 221 for 5.
Shot from Kalmumba. Will Mashinge pulls it just over mid wicket. I get around for 2. Not well timed, but effective.
Kalmumba just bowling a tad bit short there, and William Mashinge up to the task. And a big hoik. William Mashinge wanted to send that ball back to the airport. Or he's trying to give Kalmumba a taste of his own medicine, because he had a go at the Northerns bowlers earlier, hitting some couple of big sixes. Falling over again is Carl. The ball goes down leg. Good stop there from Richmond Tumbami, who's been who's had a tough day behind the stumps with his fingers. Not an easy task to do in this weather. Although some might think that no, the wicketkeeper is feeling warm because he's wearing inner gloves and the keeping gloves on top, and then wearing pads for protection on his feet. Pulled away by William Mashinge for 1 to deep square to Tashinga Msekio, who's going to reel it back in.
It's one tough underrated job is being wicket keeper in whatever format of the game. Always have to be there right on the money. No chance to slack. Sending messages to the captain. Kringles.
There we go, Spencer Magodo pulling again, but this time pulling slightly in front of square, and that allows them to come back for 2, pushing the score to 227 for 5. With the Northerns requiring just 18 runs from 37 balls.
Pulled away and dropped a deep square, fine leg rather, by Tinashe Muchowaya. As I was saying earlier, I like this ploy of going short. It's Spencer Magodo, not the best puller of a cricket ball. Oh, there he's hitting it down straight the throat of fine leg. Unlucky to Kalmumba.
Yes, Carl, I think he bowled that ball very well. That ball goes straight down Chawaya's throat, only to put it down. Top shot from William Mashinge, pushing for 2. Jono Campbell coming round and picking it up and throwing it in to mark the end of the over. 230 for 5. Tinashe Mchawaya coming into the attack. Mountaineers fast bowler. coming also late into the game with only 20 runs required. Good start. Let's start bowling a Yorker. I'm sure he'll know Spencer Magodo because they are teammates at the Mountaineers franchise.
Yeah, these two will know each other well. Spencer Magodo being their wicket keeper, you would have seen Muchawaya bowling most of the time. Good angling into the pads. Spencer Magodo just flicking that to square leg. They get round for a single. Captain says, "You've dropped. Come get them out."
It's a tough game, this one, Kani. Especially if you're a fast bowler and you don't take your catches. A wide ball signal. Umpire Fostom Tizwa. I think our two umpires today, Fostom Tizwa and I know Chubby, have controlled the game very well. They've allowed play to flow. And they've allowed the game to flow with no interruptions. Spencer Mchawaya ball. And William Oshinge tries to drive it over cover and gets a leading edge. Goes down to sweeper, cleaned up by Tashinga Msekiwa, who's done a lot of boundary fielding down there. Very well bowled from Mchawaya. The sun is out, coming up towards the end, baking now on that pitch. If we don't have rains tomorrow, we should have a belt of a pitch for the last game.
Should be a good wicket. Sun has baked it. Wind has blown over it. It'll be nice and dry. Good for batting. We're pushing for two. Good running.
Good running from Spencer Magodo.
Good running from Spencer Magodo. Two leg buys. Saw that the fielder there, long leg, was jogging through. And then it just put pressure on him and run. They've run hard. They've run hard, are the Northerns this afternoon. Saw it also from the openers right through their innings. Nice little touch. Behind backward square leg again. Good running. They come back for two. Brilliant running from the Northerns this afternoon. That's the end of the over. It's 2:37 for 5.
Kalmumba to continue from the airport end, with the Northerns requiring just 8 runs off 29 balls. From the looks of things, the Northerns have bounced back from the game, from the defeat on Saturday, to send final on Wednesday. So who takes all the glory? Will it be the Northerns or the Southerns? in this regional 50 over championship. Short ball, well controlled by William Mashinge, with Carl Mumba still going with that ploy of bowling short, with the two boundary riders with deep square and deep fine leg on the boundary. Still looking to bowl short, but well controlled by William Mashinge, just for one. No need to take risks. Can just walk through these last couple of runs with 7 needed now. Well played again from Spencer Magodo. He's a very serious operator, this young man.
Yeah, I think what's been the key in this innings, what I've seen is I alluded to earlier on in the previous over, that they've run very well all throughout their innings. They haven't let the bowlers settle on a length or wherever. We saw even the openers, Tadiwana Shimarumani and Brian Mutzinganyama. If it wasn't hitting the boundary, it was running hard.
A wide ball there signaled by Aino Chabi. Carl Mumba just falling away, touch there. Bowling slightly fuller to William Mashinge. Short ball again, pulled in front of square, pushing for 2, calling for 2, but good fielding and quick releasing of the ball from Tashinga Musekiwa.
Brilliant fielding there. He's quick across the ground and his quick release as well, keeping that to 1.
Four required now. Spencer Magodo on strike. Very well played. Dabbing it down to the fine leg and calling and running in for 2. It's very, very good running from Spencer Magodo, putting pressure on the fielders here. And just wanting to go through and still not being shadowed by just saying they just need only 4, but still running hard between the wickets. And Richmond Mtumbami, the Southern's captain, not happy at all by the way Keith Jowre fielded that ball. Not impressed at all. Northerns require 2 runs to win.
Could say from here, could it be game, set and match, or we'll see something that we've never seen in a cricket match. Ball by Carl Mumba, full straight, but well defended by Spencer Magodo. End of the over, 243 for 5.
Tinashe Mchawa bowling from the city end, with William Mashinge trying to finish the ball off, almost getting caught in the car, Kevin Kasuza. And again, Jawai trying to hit that Yorker lens, not giving it away as well, even if it's 2 runs to win. Not giving it away. And also Mashinga tried to hit it with everybody inside goal. Nomina Mashinga just needs to just get it over the infield or through the infield to level the series. Very well bowled from Tinashe Mchawaya. 3 dots.
Not giving anything away here. Still trying to push is Tinashe Mchawaya.
Very well bowled again. Oh yo, and they take the one. Good call by Spencer Magodo. Running through.
Everyone in the circle now trying to stop that one, but they squeeze through for one.
Scores are level.
Spencer Magodo on strike with scores level. We're looking to finish it off here.
Very well ball from Mchawaya. Just delaying the Northern's victory just a bit. With only just 1 run needed. But also the Northern batsmen are also not looking to take any risky shot. It looks like they're going to be patient enough to wait for that bad ball. Very well bowled again to mark the end of the over. Scores 244. Northerns just need 1. Interesting change in the bowling. Tefadza Tsiga to come and bowl. This is going to be very interesting 2 balls. Bowling to Mashinge. Still no run. Very well bowled from Tefadza Tsiga to start up. Wicket-keeper bowler.
We saw some drama in Mutare. 1 run needed. Paxson Kopito was called on to bowl. Took a hat-trick.
And that's the end of that. Trey Rascals, Spencer Magodo through, and they take the 1 through the covers. A very, very comprehensive win and very convincing win from the Northerns, winning it by 5 wickets with 17 balls to spare. The second regionals Pro 50 series of 3, leveling the series and setting a big finale on Wednesday here at Queen Sports Club. Just to let you know of what happened earlier, Brian Mtsinga Mnyama and Tadiwa Nashe Marumane opened up the innings and they got the team off to a fly with Tadiwa Nashe scoring 69, that's 37 balls. And with Nkosana Mpofu as well leading the attack with 55 runs of 75 balls as well. Northerns lost their captain very quickly, Chamu for 17, as well as Brian Chari, and that almost sneaked the Southerns back into into contention. But with the able-bodied of Spencer Magodo on 41 not out of 40, of 14 of 24 balls, saw the Northerns back over the line and to level this series. From the bowlers front, with Victor Nyauchi 6 overs, 41 runs and with 1 wicket. Keith Jowry 7 overs, 61 runs. Was a tad bit expensive with Tadiwa Marumani and Ranzinga Nyama going after him earlier on in the innings for only 1 wicket. The pick of the bowlers was Tashinga Masakiwa, 8 over runs, and he bagged himself some 3 wickets. So please join us again on Wednesday for the final of the Pro 50 Regionals 50 competition between the Northern and Southerns at Queen Sports Club. Right now today, Northerns win and level the series by 5 wickets. It's a very good night, everybody.